Good morning, everybody. It's another day of Karen Reed coverage here on Really Cool News. How you guys doing today?
Fabulous.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, good Lord. I feel like I've been hit in the face with a baseball bat. Thank you, allergies or cold or whatever the hell this is. Yay.
Thank you, Raccoon Army, for smacking him in the face repeatedly over in his sleep.
The sisters and the Vestal Virgins would like to express the blessed hump day to everyone.
A blessed hump day.
Blessed hump
Humpty,
day.
Humpty, Hump.
Humpty hump. Do the Humpty dance. Does anyone remember the Humpty dance? And the guy who was wearing the nose,
The fake nose, yeah.
yeah, the fake nose, yeah.
Yep.
So we've got a bunch of little tidbits, not enough to put in the news today, but enough to make you wonder.
That wasn't a fake nose. That was just a collection of all the Michael Jackson's nose trimmings.
Oh,
Ooh.
okay. Super glued on.
Chile de Castro made the news as, according to PDocs, he's had another day taken off of his sentence. So he will now
Son of a bitch.
Released from jail on August 2nd, 2024.
Come on, Chili. I have faith in you in getting more time added. Come on.
Jason Dollahide's $250 million lawsuit is in trouble as the judge has ordered him to
say it's not so.
Reply to the defendant's motion to dismiss by June 11th. So it looks like that $250 million may not go into the pocket of Jason Dollahide. What do you think?
I thought he had such a good chance. It was so well written. I'm shocked. I tell you, I'm shocked.
And yes, it's the same one that was written on the napkin because the amended complaints were never accepted. So
I tell you, it makes me want to crawl into the fetal position in the passenger seat of a car and kick at a deputy.
Yes. Yes. Travesty of justice. Travesty, I tell you.
Now, one of the proposed amendment complaints was just to reduce that to $250,000 to try to get settlement money that way, but that was never accepted.
Huh. I find that surprising.
Well, because it sat so long, and the judge ruled that he had to go back and redo it to actually state claims against most of the defendants or eliminate them. And he never did that. His lawyer most recently came back and said, we're just going to take those defendants out, without actually replying with a new amended complaint.
You mean, well, never mind.
Dollahide's lawyer took the cheap way out? Yes, he did.
No.
He sent a letter instead of making a new amended complaint.
Yeah.
We also have news on Heather Dollahide.
Oh.
Heather Dollahide herself.
Uh-oh.
Miss Heather Dollahide was in trouble for unauthorized use of a vehicle.
Doesn't that just mean she stole a car?
Basically. She was traveling.
Yeah. I love it, yeah.
Yes.
It's no longer armed robbery, it's a misappropriation of funds with a weapon.
Yes. So unauthorized use of a vehicle, and she didn't show up to court. So a bench warrant was issued as of yesterday for failure to appear. Her bond amount is $10,000.
Poor Chili. His
Chili
love
doesn't have anything.
Well, his love interest is spiraling downhill in his absence.
That's right.
Well, I think that ship sailed when he sent
Floyd.
Floyd over to do an interview, and Floyd ended up being inappropriate with Heather and her friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. All I know is remember last year Chili convinced Heather to divorce Jason in order to get custody back of her kid, and it didn't happen. Well, she gave all the money to the divorce lawyer, but so far no word on the actual divorce.
Back to Floyd for just a second.
Sure.
I think I finally figured Floyd out.
Oh.
He thinks relationships happen like in porn movies.
Oh.
Okay. So if you deliver the pizza and the girl can't pay, you get paid another way?
And whenever he delivers to women, they're supposed to be naked when they open the door.
Gotcha.
Okay,
or
well, Floyd has some weird ideas, just like he tells everybody on his YouTube channel what his fake identity is. And I forget, it was Terry Edwards or something like that. But he doesn't want any girl in Texas to know, because he doesn't want to bring any girl home, because then they'd know his real identity and where he lives. So he's only going to date outside of Texas. Does that make any sense? Texas is a damn big state.
Yeah, and is he going to have to change his name if he's going to continue to try and live in Texas?
I don't know. He'll have to get a new alias at least.
He should use Ted Cruz as an alias, especially in Texas. No one will know who he is. Ted Cruz, yeah.
Ted Cruz. AJ has a disturbing idea for you in side chat. Something about delivering a pizza to Regan Benson.
No, thank you.
Speaking of Regan, something's going on between her and the city of Inglewood, because they had extra police on alert when she was there Monday night. And then they're going to have a special session to come up with a plan for extra security in the building. No one's talking about what actually happened, but she did go up to the cops and say that she didn't want to rely on them for her protection. She needed to be able to carry her own weapon within buildings. And they were violating their oath because they did not ask anyone to let her arm herself in the building.
Yeah. She thinks the cops were there for her protection?
Well, she went up to the cops and said she doesn't trust them. And she asked them, would you protect me if there was a mass shooting? And all three cops said, yeah, we would. That's our job. No, you wouldn't. You are under Sam Watson, the police chief of Inglewood. If he told you to put a bullet between my eyes, all three of you would.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. It was total out of control drama.
Just like
Inglewood's their dealings with her are kind of their own fucking fault. They let her get away with so much shit for so long.
Right.
I have a question for you, Hank.
Okay, I got an answer. Let's see if they match.
Okay. Because, you're in a, open carry state.
Uh-huh.
Do you let the crazy cat lady arm herself?
Unfortunately, they tend to be armed, but They're not supposed to be.
Do you let the crazy cat lady be armed in the building she's already in restrictions from?
Right.
Remember, she can't go to the library anymore. She's been kicked out of there. And
Well,
where she says that the police are conspiring against her to get the harassment charges, and the
They put a
security
bullet in
guard's
her
a wimp
if
for...
told.
What's that?
And they put a bullet in her if they were told by a superior.
Yes. So anyway, do you let the crazy cat lady...
If that's all it took, she would have had a bullet in her head long ago, probably.
I know. It's just
Well,
the absurdity of their fantasies is just astonishing to me.
Then, as she's listing grievances in her 5-minute speech to the council in the open, anyone can speak time, she brings out that letter. And the letter did leak her social security number, and it did threaten to kill her. But it also said that it would be exposed on the Masshole Troll Mafia show, because this is the same letter she came after Kate with.
Right.
From 2020, January of 2023.
Right.
Which is now supposedly the letter that was sent to her in response to what she was doing in Inglewood. When back in January 2023, that was the time she was going after Sheridan.
Right.
If you even,
Can
she doesn't
anybody
even have the
say
timeline
clickbait?
right. Well, remember, she was doing the public speech on that, so was she expecting... Go ahead.
A public speech that she's probably showing on her YouTube channel?
Well, she did live stream, and she was literally 2 feet from the podium, shit-talking people in her chat while they're standing in front of her giving their speeches.
Of course.
She's one of those little on her phone, tappity tap, 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 smile, 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 tap, tap, what a bitch. Because that's Regan Benson.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, folks, we're here for the Karen Reed murder trial today. We appreciate you for being here. So it's Appreciate You Day. And right now, who knows what they're doing in that courtroom, because it's almost 10 minutes. Get your sidebars in. I didn't see the earlier ones. So.
No.
Yes, that's...
No.
Pope, drop it. Pope, sidebars today.
Sidebar.
You're pronouncing your R, so
yeah.
I'm calling for sidebar.
Sidebar.
12.
12? Well, again,
12.
Shuggy says 12.
Well, Shuggy's stealing my shit, so of course he is, because he's a thief.
AJ says 11 sidebar. Get your sidebars in. Becca says 13. Mrs. Tom says 13 as usual. Parson says 10. As we're now 10 minutes late for this to start. Captain 3D says 0 seconds to first sidebar and 7 sidebars today. Griffey also says 7 sidebars.
I'm a little gun shy from after Monday's.
Yeah, what the hell with Monday? Only 5?
Took almost an hour for the first one.
Okay,
Maybe
but
it
it's
says 11.
mostly the forensic stuff. So what is there to have a sidebar? Over.
Miss Ellie is at 9.
I'm gonna go way down from my normal guesses. I'm gonna guess 6.
Ooh.
Parson says there's probably already been a sidebar. Thelma says 8. Timo says 12.
That's true. Get in your prop bets on the amount of seconds before the first one.
Yes. Well, the camera's not on, so they're not in session. So, Good morning, Abby. Again, Timo says.
Or do they just not have did not want to bring the camera into they're waiting for a sidebar to be over before they go live.
Maybe Turtle Boy's naked again.
Oh,
Right there in court.
Get their pixel ready. That's all they would need. A pixel.
A pixel.
That's
morning,
a half a
Susie
pixel
Y.
more than Jilly needs.
Becca says 5 seconds. Heidi says 120 seconds. And Matt G says 9 sidebars.
bad bah.
And 420 seconds. 420 seconds. Oh, they're in session.
I'm going 15 seconds.
Abby says sidebar count is 11.
For Mrs. Pope.
She's lucky if it's a good 5 seconds.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice W. Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court with and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attention.
Norfolk.
God save the Commonwealth and Mr. Court. Thank you. You may be seated, close now in session.
Good morning, Esther.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counselor, could I have you identify yourselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors.
Whoa.
So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Monday?
Everyone said yes.
The bald
nodded
gentleman on
affirmatively.
screen
Were you
is
also able to
Patrick,
follow
the
the
brother
instructions and refrain
to
from doing any
the victim.
independent
That is the
research or
first time he's
investigation
worn a
into
red
this case
shirt
since we
or
last
any
here?
other color shirt.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read
He usually
anything
wears
about
blue.
this case since we left it the other day? Everyone said no. Okay.
Isn't blue a
And can
color?
we have Nick Blair, please?
Yeah, but he's worn the same blue shirt for so long that it's weird to see him in red.
Just watch your step again.
Maintain your face apart. You raise your, you solemnly swear to ever give the court and jury the case never hear to the truth, the whole truth.
Nice to see Mr. Burns has made it back.
Where's Maggie Simpson when you need him?
Sure. VALLIER. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Now, Ms. Valier, when we had left off the other day, I believe you had just looked at some photos of item 7-16, is that correct? If you recall.
It's been a few days.
That's what, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Ms. Valier, I'm going to show you a series of 6 photographs. Ask you to just review those in a couple.
All right, so I'm going to remind both of you to keep your voices up. Mr. Lally, when you're facing the witness and you're this close, I guarantee you nobody behind you can hear you.
Understood. And Ms. Valier, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
No.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute. Exhibits. Can I just see them, please?
No objection.
Your Honor, for the record, those are exhibits 332, 333, 369, 370, 371, and 372.
Thank you.
332 and 333. Skip over.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I have those published for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2059.
Yeah.
Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen is that photograph, which is now marked as 332?
Yes.
Is that one of the items from 7-16 next to the ruler with the measurements corresponding to that item?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2081. I believe 2061. I apologize. And Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is that another piece from 7-16 that's now been marked as exhibit 369.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Blair, as far as this particular item is concerned, with reference to sort of the texture of that particular piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to that?
I'm sorry, the texture?
I'm sorry, do you have the laser pointer in front of you or not?
Oh, yes.
Now, as far as the surface area of that particular piece of plastic, how would you describe that?
I mean, there are little dots on it. They're not just like dimples of a sort.
Stippling or dimples of some sort on a piece of plastic?
Yes.
And as far as those stipplings or dimples on the piece of plastic, were those flush with the rest of the plastic? Were they raised a little bit? How were they sort of configured?
I don't recall.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 20. Forgive me, Your Honor. 064. And again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen has now been marked as exhibit 371. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And that is another piece next to a ruler, essentially memorializing its measurements from item 7-16. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Blair, I'm showing you another series of 11 photographs. Ask you to look at those in a couple of minutes.
Can you tell Mr. Yannetti what those are so he can look at his copies?
Counsel was shown each and every one of the photographs prior to the court coming in today. But I'm happy to give them to counsel as well.
I'm just trying to save some time.
Right, I just need to know the particular evidence numbers at the end.
The judge is going to be pressing for time today because they only have today and tomorrow this week. They're off on Friday.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
So additional items contained within item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the course of your examination and analysis in regard to item 7-16 in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 11 exhibits.
Any objection?
I'm not going to have an objection, but again, I just need to know what happens.
Mhm.
So that's 273 from 380 North.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of the photos from this packet for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2036. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 373?
That was one of the photos I just looked at.
And as far as the evidence back containing items from 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2039. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 374?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
A photo that I took of item 7-16.
And that would be the entirety of the items contained within that evidence back from the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2051. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A photo I took of item 7-16.
And in particular, one of the,
Can you speak up a little, sir, and a little
Yes.
slower? Thank you.
in particular, one of the red plastic pieces from item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's exhibit 376.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2053. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 378?
I do.
Where you recognize that to be?
One of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And lastly, from this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2055. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 38?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It's one of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And this particular item up here as exhibit 380, describe sort of color, shape, what you observed from this particular item.
That's a piece of red and clear apparent plastic.
A piece of red plastic with a piece of clear plastic sort of within the same piece. Is that fair to say?
Within the same piece?
Yes.
Okay.
Apparent plastic, yes.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Valeria, if you could describe for the jury again, just as far as the process that
Can we
you-
put the lights on, Mr. Nally?
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize, Your Honor.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Ms. Valeria, if you could explain to the jury again, sort of the process that you undertook as far as these various pieces from these various evidence item numbers What was the process that you undertook as far as doing your comparison?
So first of all, everything is documented. Each item is documented separately with photographs, notes. I put a label with the case number, item number, and then A, B, C, etc. If there are multiple pieces in it, a label on each piece. I look at the photos to see if there are any similarities, dissimilarities, to see if there are any potential pieces to compare. And then if I do think that there are pieces that could be compared, I'll open those items and keep them all separate, and then look at them in real time to see if it does actually look like they could be consistent before I bring them close together. And if it still looks like they could be consistent, then I'll bring them together to see if there is an actual mechanical fit, and then I'll document that and look at it under the stereo zoom.
And the device or the instrument that you're looking at, again, could you describe for the jury again what that is?
So the stereo zoom is also called a stereo microscope. It's a microscope that is on a stand, so you can put larger pieces of evidence underneath it.
Now, as far as that initial sort of looking at things together, are you doing that? How are you sort of organizing that? Is that by item number, by color, or by something else?
I did this by color because it seemed the easiest way to organize all of these pieces.
And then within the individual
And I
item
was
number,
an asset at
say
the
just
time. The
randomly
color, the color.
7-15, for example, are you looking at that? If there's multiple pieces within an item, are you looking at the consistency within the item prior to looking sort of crossing between 715 to 716? Is that the process?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Very long question. Very easy, my fault. So as far as the comparison is concerned, are you looking solely within an item? So if an item has multiple pieces, are you comparing just those pieces within that item first?
As part of my initial examination, when I'm documenting that item, if there are multiple pieces, I'll compare those pieces first.
And then if there are any pieces that are consistent, are you then cross-referencing that item's pieces with pieces from a different item?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you another series of 19 photographs. Just ask you to review those and look up.
And we're on our first shot of Robitussin for the day. Robitussin, breakfast of champions, to make the allergens go away.
Chug it, chug it, chug it.
Already took it.
Didn't you hear his mom making airplane noises?
Vroom, vroom, vroom.
And here's the plane going into the hangar.
Except now it comes with a little cup. You gotta drink the cup instead of the spoon.
Drink the cup.
Yes,
And
drink
do you
from the
recognize
cup.
what's contained in those
Drink
photographs?
the cup.
Ms. Blair?
Okay.
I do.
And what do you recognize them to be?
These are photos from my case of either within the same item that had a mechanical fit that I'd then taped together, or of mechanical fits from between different items.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll also seek to introduce in the minutes the next 19 exhibits.
No objection, but have I seen those yet?
Morning, but I was going to hand them to you after they were marked.
That's fine.
You win, Mrs. Tom. You win. And panel, let's say hi to Crystal and Karen over on Facebook.
Hi,
Hi.
Crystal and
Crystal.
Karen.
And Karen.
Thank you for tuning in today.
Don't forget to hit the thumbs up button.
Yes, thumbs up, like, share, subscribe, and if you feel like it, donate. The links are below.
And tell your friends, please.
Yes, tell your friends.
Exhibit 384, 402. Thank you.
May I speak with counsel for 1 second?
We have a compelling scene going on in the courthouse here. Lots of paper flipping. Two attorneys whispering to each other. What do you want to do for
Would
lunch?
this be a front? Would this be a front bar since it's not the side bar?
Ooh, I like that.
Mm.
Interesting. Interesting. Yes, more paper flipping, more paper flipping. Frantically looking for that crucial piece of evidence too.
And
Totally
Turtle Boy in the
obliterate
background. Turtle Boy in the background, sexting someone as he's not
Tot-
even paying attention.
Totally obliterate this witness. Blow her testimony out of the water. And there's that lady eating ice cream.
If I could just ask, as far as your analysis was concerned with reference to each of these items, if I could, excuse me, just ask you some questions about that. Starting first with item 3-1, that was the passenger side taillight housing, is that correct?
I believe so.
And you analyzed pieces of that along with the sort of housing unit itself, is that correct?
So, oh, do you mean like there was like the taillight and then there were smaller pieces also in the
Correct.
print? Yes.
And you took measurements of the various pieces that you observed?
I did.
And did you record those within your notes?
I did.
Do you recall what those measurements were?
Not without looking at my notes.
Hey, Becca.
May the witness refer to our notes?
Yes.
Hey, Becca.
My question for the witness, while she's doing
Yeah.
this, is she listening to Tool Schism to make sure the pieces fit?
In her free time, she is a jigsaw puzzle expert. So
The witness is ready, Mr. Valley.
She gets
And what were
jiggy
those
with it.
measurements?
Do you want all of them?
Just in yes.
Uh-oh.
Starting with reference to the taillight housing center.
Becca says hi to me and Phil, but
Okay, so the taillight I called piece A in this case, and it measured approximately 14 inches by 9 inches by 8 1/4 inches.
And then which of the pieces that were contained within that sort of taillight evidence bag did you compare to the taillight housing itself?
So there was a lot of like very, very small pieces that I took pictures of, but they're very, very small, so they were not suitable for comparison, so I didn't look at those. There were some larger pieces that I did that were suitable for comparison, so I did look to see if they fit in with piece A.
And with regard to that analysis of whether or not they fit in with piece A, which of those pieces did you find did fit?
So amongst item 3-1, let's see. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Piece A and piece B fit together mechanically, and then piece A and piece F fit together mechanically.
F is in Frank.
F is in Frank, yes.
And it may be pretty apparent, but if you could, Ms. Flair, just Expound upon what you mean when you say they fit together mechanically.
So when things break, they break in a unique pattern. Like it's pretty different every time. So a mechanical fit is bringing two things with broken edges together to see if they were originally part of the same item. See if they if the broken edges align. And if they do, then that's a mechanical fit.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-5, you looked at those various pieces together as well, is that correct?
I believe so.
And were there any 3 pieces in total from 7-5, so A, B, and C, is that correct as well?
May I look at my notes? Yes.
And what, if any, match did you find with item within
Hey,
item
Griffey.
7-5?
There were no mechanical fits amongst those 3 items or 3 pieces of the item.
And with reference to item 7-6, there were 2 pieces, A and B, within that, is that correct?
May I? Okay. Yes.
And were there any physical matches within those 2 pieces of item 7-6?
No.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-8, do you recall how many pieces were contained within that?
If I may look at my. There were 14 pieces.
And of those 14 pieces, they were each compared to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, mechanical fit did you find between the pieces contained within 7-8?
So pieces C and D were found to fit together mechanically, and then pieces E and F were found to fit together mechanically.
Lauren, may we approach, please?
Hey, Gia.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. And for anyone who's a fan of the U.S. women's national team like I am, I like the Megan Rapinoe look she's rocking.
Well, we've got some disturbing things to share for a second here. Let me pull up this. Turtle Boy was told to put his t-shirt inside out as he came to court, because you'll see in a second. That's how he appeared at court this morning. That is Special Prosecutor Kenneth Mello, the one who is handling Turtle Boy's criminal charges, as a clown on Turtle Boy's shirt. He tried to get into court wearing that. They made him turn it inside out.
Okay. That's, that's what
we're-
award-winning journalists do.
Yes, we're assuming that Turtle Boy is also selling those t-shirts.
You are unmuted.
And with the appearance of Griffey and Shuggy, I can't help but note that Shuggy is releasing his troll army.
Oh.
Nick Scalera, turning your attention to item 7-9. You analyzed 3 pieces from that, is that correct?
Go ahead. Okay. You know what, Nick Scalera, you can just look the whole time.
Okay. Sorry, could you repeat your question?
How many pieces
If Shuggy's got a troll army, does that make him the troll king?
3 pieces. 7-9.
Yes.
3 pieces.
And what
Jaffa
physical matches did you find contained within that item 7-9?
There were no mechanical fits.
And with reference to 7-10, how many pieces?
Griffey, who's Shaggy?
1 piece.
And with reference
Scooby's
to item
partner?
7-11, how many pieces contained within that?
Does Shuggy have a twin?
6 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within 7-11?
There were none.
In 7-11, how many different colors of pieces were contained within 7-11?
There was black, red, and colorless apparent plastic.
Now, with reference to item 7-12, how many pieces were contained within
There were 14 pieces.
And of those pieces, again, how many different colors or how many different colors of pieces were within 7-12?
The colors.
They were all colorless.
And from those, what, if any, mechanical fits did you observe or did you find within item 7-12?
Okay. So there were 3. Do you want me to say all the pieces that fit together?
Please.
Okay. So pieces B, C, D, F, and K all fit together. Pieces E and I fit together. And pieces M and N fit together.
Now turning your attention to item 7-13, how many pieces were contained within item 7-13?
3 pieces.
And how many different colors of items were contained within 7-13?
It was red and black apparent plastic.
What, if any, physical matches did you find within item 7-13?
There were none.
Turning your attention to item 7-14, how many pieces were contained within that?
There was 1 piece.
And what color was that one piece?
It was colorless.
And turning your attention to item 7-15, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 8 pieces.
And as far as those 8 pieces, how many items were of different color? What color were they?
They were red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those 8 pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within them?
So piece F and piece H were found to fit together.
And turning your attention to item 7-16, how many pieces were contained within 7-16?
There were 7 pieces.
And of those 7 pieces, what, if any, differences in color were the 7 pieces within 7-16?
It was red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within 7-16?
So pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, with reference to those pieces, once you did those inspection from or analysis from the individual items, what, if anything, did you do with those individual items with reference to the taillight housing?
So before even comparing it to the taillight, I compared all of the questioned items to each other. So that's the 7-5 to 7-19 to see if any of those pieces would fit together. And amongst those, I was able to make 5 larger pieces that I called piece 1 through piece 5.
And of those larger pieces, which of those larger pieces were you able to mechanically fit together prior to comparing them to the taillight housing?
Sorry, can you?
From your analysis of those larger pieces and analyzing them together with other larger pieces, what, if any, opinions did you draw? What, if any, conclusions did you come to as far as your analysis of those pieces?
So for the larger pieces amongst the different items that fit together mechanically, I can see that those items were once a part of the same unit.
And so I guess what I'm asking, Ms. Valier, is with reference to, say, item 7-6 or 7-5, or the items in and of themselves, which of those items were you, if any, were you able to find mechanically fit with each other?
Amongst sorry, are you asking me which specific items made up piece 1?
Correct.
Okay. I can. Okay. Okay, so piece 1 contained pieces from items 7-5, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-13, 7-15, and 7-16.
And then, so based on their mechanical fit, what, if any, conclusion did you draw in reference to those several items?
That those specific pieces from all of those items were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
And then what, if any, comparison or analysis did you do of items between item 7-15 and item 7-16?
So pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16 were part of piece 1. I could look through my notes and see if they're a part of any of the other pieces that I fit together.
With the board's permission.
Okay.
Okay, so piece 2 consisted of pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16.
And then with reference to item 7-6 and 7-11, what, if any, what, if anything, did you observe between the pieces of those?
Okay. So piece 3 consisted of pieces from item 7-6 and 7-11.
And similar to what you had described before with 7-15 and 16, as far as them mechanically fitting together, and now I'm talking about 7-6 and 7-11, what, if any, conclusions did you draw in regard to that?
That those pieces from item 7-6 and item 7-11 were at one time together as a larger unit.
And then as far as item 7-8, 7-9, and part of 7-16, what, if anything, were you able to do with reference to those?
So piece number 4 consisted of pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16.
And as far as mechanically fitting those pieces together, again, what, if any, conclusions did you come to in reference to those items 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16?
That those pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Now, lastly, with reference to this, in reference to item 7-12 and 7-14, what, if any, analysis did you do with reference to pieces from those items?
Sorry, which item?
7-12 and 7-14.
I have item 7-11 and 7-12 that fit together for piece number 5.
And Your Honor, with what's now been marked as exhibits 384 through 402, if I could ask to publish some of those to the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2069. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now exhibit 384?
I do.
And what are we looking at?
Within item 7-16, those are pieces that were mechanically fit together.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2096. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's now been marked as exhibit 386?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So that is what I called piece 1. So the piece that is made up of apparent plastic pieces from many of the different items.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a little onto the middle of that photograph.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, this is 386. And from sort of this zoomed in version of 386, Ms. Blair, are you able to now see some of the stickers or the evidence stickers that you would put labeling each of these pieces?
Yes.
If you could just use the way to point out the jury's attention where those leave in the photograph.
So these labels right here are the labels that I put on each piece individually when I initially examine it. So all of the little white labels.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2097. Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what has now been marked as Exhibit 387?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's still piece one. It's just from a different angle.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2101. And Ms. Blair, you recognize what's up on the screen now that has been marked as Exhibit 390?
I do.
What are we looking at here?
That's still piece one from another photos taken from another angle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2103.
It's a piece from another mother.
And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 392?
I do.
What are we looking at as Exhibit 390?
That is another angle of piece one.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2107. Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 395?
I do.
And what are we looking at in Exhibit 395?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
Okay. So. Okay. So that is piece two.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could add 2110. Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on the stickers on this photograph. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as Exhibit 398?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is piece three.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2111. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom into the stickers. Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 399?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is piece four.
Kept in 3D at least 3 or 4 more weeks of the trial.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2113. Again, if you could zoom in just a little. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen now that's been marked as Exhibit 401?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is piece five.
Thank you. Governor, may I approach?
Yes.
So, Ms. Blair, earlier I'd put before you another 23 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 23 photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's comparisons between item 3-1 and piece one.
And item 3-1 again was the tail light. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court Commonwealth would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay.
Yeah, Gia, she looks like she knows it too. Though Turtle Boy is tweeting that all of these pieces fit together because they were planted.
Of course they
Of
were.
course. Yeah.
My biscuits and gravy is not being enough for breakfast, so I think I'm going to scramble me some eggs.
There you go.
Well, don't forget that.
What do you put on your
Don't forget that brisket I sent you, Hank.
And what do you put on your scrambled eggs? Hot sauce?
Cheese, sausage, bacon if I have any.
Bacon.
Bacon. Bacon. So, folks, you're watching the Karen Reed murder trial coverage on Really Cool News. We're going to be here at least until 4 o'clock, maybe 4:30. There is no newscast tonight as I feel like hell. And we'll catch up on everything tomorrow. Tomorrow, last we heard, was going to be a full day, but they may or may not have a half day instead. We'll find out at the end of the feedback. What the hell was that? We'll find out at the end of the day if they're going to have a full day tomorrow. Remember, we had our regularly scheduled Thursday night panel last night on Tuesday. If you need something to do, that craziness was insane.
It was totally professional and well produced.
Yes. And we didn't have scripts at all.
No. And despite pants, I don't think we needed it.
And Parsons, she should stop that before she goes blind.
Yeah, you never Google yourself.
Not in public, at least.
Thank you.
Well, if DMA has his way, you can do it at the public library.
Thank you.
You know, this was the first time
Your Honor,
in
with the court's
months you
permission,
didn't
if I may,
mention porn.
Publish some of those, these photographs for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2156.
Well, if he gets a petition together to support his porn in the libraries,
Recognize what's now up on the
the
screen.
libraries will have a nice list of people to ban from the
I do.
library.
And what do you recognize?
There you
that?
go.
That's one of the photos comparing item 3-1 and piece 1.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125.
2125. A little bit like pre-trial.
Pre-trial. Oh, someone's yelling in the bathroom. Be right back. Cecilia Marie demands.
Do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 411?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the contents of item 3-1.
And that's prior to you. At what stage of this analysis or comparison process is that?
So that's when I initially looked at item 3-1.
Okay.
What are you doing, Kat?
If I may have a moment.
Yes.
Oh, we got my headphones?
Yep. Yes, we heard everything. You sick bastard.
What? She's got my headphones. And now she went from meowing in the hallway to being silent because she doesn't like the microphone.
2150.
Uh-oh. You're in trouble now.
What you doing, Kitty? You're
And Mr. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 431?
No,
I
don't
do.
chew on the
And what are
wire.
we looking at in 431?
So on the left is item
Don't put your
3-1,
lips
piece
on
A,
it.
and then on the right is
She's
piece
trying
1.
to chew through my microphone cord.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2151? And Mr. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 432?
I do.
What are we looking at in 432?
That is piece 1 on top of item 3-1 in a mechanical fit.
Is that the mechanical fit that you were talking about earlier in the testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Kelman, you can take that now. Understood. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Valier, in reference to those items that you testified to earlier in item 3-1, the taillight housing, what, if any, conclusions regarding those items as far as a physical match? What, if any, conclusions did you come to?
That item 3-1 and the pieces that make up item, or the pieces that make up piece 1 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. May we approach Rob?
Sidebar number 2.
Sidebar. Sidebars, get your sidebar right here.
You know, we've had more sidebars this morning than the entire morning on Monday.
Yep. I have a feeling it's going to be a good day for sidebars.
Sidebars. Hank is cooking breakfast number 2. I smell my breakfast number 1 cooking. What'd you have for breakfast, Phil?
I went out to my service berry tree and I picked some fresh berries.
Yes, Hank?
I am not cooking my breakfast yet.
Okay.
And it's
I am
not
in the
breakfast
mood.
number 2. It's just a continuation of the original breakfast.
So breakfast 1.5.
Possibly.
Okay.
Okay, well, it's a continuation of the breakfast that came after 2, so had to make room.
It's breakfast remastered right here on Really Cool News.
Yep, right. Exactly.
Breakfast remastered. I smell onions. Why do I smell onions?
Sounds like you
Maybe
issue.
because I just grabbed an onion to cut up to add to my scrambled eggs.
Oh, good Lord. It's going to
Good
be
morning.
that clean.
Good morning.
Hey, we're on Cross.
You have testified that when evidence comes into the crime lab, it's given crime lab evidence or item numbers, correct?
It's given a case number, and then each piece of evidence gets its own individual item number.
Okay, and if you can just keep your voice up because we want to make sure that the last jurors here can hear you. Consistent with that policy,
That was
the
rude.
evidence that you're
And I'm not yelling and condescending. That's my normal tone of voice.
Numbers, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you about one particular item number in this case, 7-18.18. Would you agree with me, and feel free to check your records, but would you agree with me that that was the item number given to, quote, debris from orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, end quote?
I can.
You can go ahead.
Okay.
And again, it's 7-18.18.
Debris from orange t-shirt 7-17 and gray long sleeve shirt 7-18-JO.
Terrific. Item 7-18.18 did not include the orange t-shirt itself, correct?
No.
Believe that you just testified that was given a different item number, which was 7-17?
I believe so.
And 7-18-18 also did not include the gray long sleeve shirt either, correct?
I didn't look at 7-17 or 7-18. I only received the debris from.
Okay, well, yeah, that's my point. So with regard to the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, those were given separate item numbers, and you examined what was the debris allegedly from those shirts, right? 7-18.18, correct?
Correct.
And that debris consisted of different categories, did it not?
There were different different things inside of it, yes.
Yes, different categories of things, correct?
I'm sure.
All right, so one category was dirt and debris, correct?
Yes.
You did not test the dirt and debris, correct?
Correct.
Another category was, or were, I should say, several apparent hairs.
Yes.
And you did not test those hairs, correct?
Correct.
And another category, I believe you've already testified to.
I'm surprised you didn't ask, could they have been dog hairs?
Pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic that measured an 8
Could have been a
inch
piece
by
of a puffy
16
coat.
inch. Is that accurate?
Okay, so there were several pieces of red apparent plastic and then one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for continually reminding you, but I'm just mindful that everybody needs to hear you. So to the best you can, if you can just keep your voice up, I'll try to do the same. So when those several pieces of apparent red plastic and one piece of apparent clear plastic came into your possession, those pieces were obviously not embedded in either shirt when you examined them, correct?
I don't know. I didn't examine the shirt.
Well, so to my question, the pieces that you saw were not embedded in a shirt when you examined them, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's because you never took possession of any shirt in this case, correct?
Correct.
The pieces were loose and they were not embedded in anything, correct?
Because that's not
The
her
pieces
job.
well, I examined the debris from the shirt. I don't know what the person who packaged it did to collect that.
Okay. And so it goes without saying that you never saw those pieces on either the orange shirt or the gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
I did not.
And you obviously had no control over how the evidence was handled before it came into your possession, correct?
We have a chain of custody in the laboratory, but I did not follow the evidence as it went through the chain.
Okay, and we'll talk about the chain of custody in a minute. Before this evidence came into your possession, you did not witness who seized it, correct?
Just an update,
Correct.
You
both
did not
the
witness who
Glarer
handled
and
it, correct?
CPU Tom
Correct.
are guests
Before
of
it came
Karen
into
Reed's
your
family
possession,
today.
you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
Of course they are.
So all of our evidence is stored in locked facilities.
Right, but I guess let me modify that question. Before it came to your lab, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
Correct.
You also don't know, before it came to your lab, whether the shirts in question were at all times kept separate from the red or clear plastic pieces of, well, I said pieces of plastic that were in the possession of certain members of the state police, correct?
Correct.
The chain of custody at the crime lab started with noting the state trooper who actually delivered the
So
evidence
was he
to your lab,
implying that the
along
shirts
with
were
the date,
buried into
correct?
the snow after
Sorry,
they
could you
took them
repeat
off
the question?
Sure. The chain of custody at the crime lab starts with noting which state trooper delivered the evidence to your lab and the date that he or she delivered it, correct?
Or a crime scene responder, but the person who drops off the evidence to the laboratory, yes.
Okay. And in this case, which particular state trooper delivered the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt to your crime lab?
I don't know.
Well, which state trooper delivered the pieces of red and clear plastic pieces, I should say, that you just testified about?
The item 7-5 to 7-19.
Right. The several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. That's what I'm referring to.
Wait, sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. you understand what I'm talking about, right? In terms of the several pieces of red apparent plastic and then the one piece of clear plastic that you have the measurements for?
You're talking about the apparent plastic that I noted in the debris of 7-18.18?
Correct. Which state trooper was it that delivered that?
Do you know?
Sorry, that's that's an odd question.
I don't know if you want her to repeat it, Ms. Giannetti. Go ahead. You have to repeat that, please.
So evidence is submitted
No,
to
what you just said that he missed.
Oh, I said that's kind of an odd question.
Oh, not for me.
So
Do you have a record of that?
a record of what?
He's an
A
odd
record
motherfucker.
of which state trooper delivered that debris to the lab?
So it wouldn't be delivered as like debris. It would be delivered as the individual piece of clothing, which then got assigned item 7-18, I believe. And then as someone analyzes it, each offshoot of that piece of evidence gets a 7-18 point something. So the debris collected from that shirt is 7-18.18.
Okay, all right. Listen, when those several, actually, let me strike that.
If this is all he has today, it's going to be a long day.
Take your time, Ms. Giannetti.
Take your time, Mr. Yannetti.
Okay, so I want to confirm with you that when you were assigned to this case, you were aware that the date of the incident was January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it's your testimony that you don't know which state trooper delivered the shirts to the lab, correct?
I could look at my notes because I have a printed chain of custody.
Sure, if you would check your notes for that, please.
Okay. So. Okay, so submission 7, which is everything that's item 7- in this case, was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor, I believe.
Oh, that was the answer to my question. Thank you. How long after January 29th of 2022, according to your records, did Michael Proctor deliver that clothing to the crime lab?
It was delivered on March 14th, 2022.
Okay, so about 6 weeks or so after January 29th, is that accurate?
Sure.
Given that your lab received this evidence on March 14th of 2022, you can't testify to the chain of custody of the clothing or the pieces of plastic prior to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And except for the tail light housing that was seized by Maureen Hartnett, except for that, your chain of custody at the lab for the 2 shirts plus the pieces of plastic in 7-18.18, that began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So between January 29th of 2022 and March 14th of 2022, you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, I'd like to discuss with you, if I might, Michael Proctor's submissions of the pieces of plastic that you've testified about. Your lab received from Michael Proctor several different evidence bags containing red, clear, and black pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
Some of those evidence bags contain relatively small pieces of plastic in them, correct?
Correct.
And some of those evidence bags contained larger pieces, right?
Correct.
The evidence bags that you received listed the dates of recovery of those pieces of plastic, did they not?
I believe so.
And the evidence bags that you received also listed the officer who recovered the plastic pieces, right?
I believe so.
And again, when you receive those evidence bags, whatever numbers are on them, your lab assigns them your item number, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you first about item number 7-8. Do you have a record of that?
Yes.
Now, that evidence bag, item number 7-8, contained multiple pieces of red, black, and clear pieces of plastic, correct?
Okay.
Short line.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Contained 14 pieces of red, black, colorless, and silver colored apparent plastic, yes.
Okay. And the date of collection was February 3rd of 2022?
Go
ahead.
Okay. Okay. Item 7-8.
Yes.
February 3rd, 2022.
Okay, and that was, if you have that in front of you, that was also collected by a trooper named DeChico, correct?
Oh, yes, correct.
I may approach you on it?
Yes.
So I show you a photograph. Can you identify what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the handwritten label on item 7-8.
That would have been the evidence bag that your lab received and gave item number 7-8 to it, correct?
Correct.
And that appears to be an exact, photograph.
I don't think
of the
there's an
actual bag.
objection to it, so we
Yeah,
can
that's
just put it
true.
in.
Okay. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Sure.
Exhibit 435. You,
May I display that for the jury, Your Honor?
okay?
And this is that is what I just showed you on the screen, correct?
Correct.
That's where it's indicated what the date of collection was and which trooper collected it, correct?
Correct.
All right, we can turn the lights on for a minute. And you would agree with me that that date, February 3rd of 2022, was only 5 days after the January 29th blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the dates of blizzards, but.
Oh, okay. Well,
sorry.
let's put it the date of the incident. You would have
Okay.
previously testified that was January 29th, correct?
Correct.
All right. And February 3rd was 5 days after that, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show exhibit 279, please. which is 3 days, please.
Okay.
Virgo Ray,
Now,
I've been,
exhibit
it may be the
279, which is
Robitussin, but
displayed on
I'm
the screen
holding
now.
in the
This is one of the
need to
photos
yell,
taken of
"Dick,"
some of the
after
contents
everything
of item
Yannetti says this
7-8, is it
morning.
not?
She may end up
That's the
going there
entirety of
later
the contents
today.
of item 7-8.
Okay. You would agree with me that those were the pieces that were inside that evidence bag, labeled February 3rd as the date of recovery 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see that there are some relatively small pieces that were allegedly found on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Your Honor, I'm continually showing photographs. We can turn the lights on and off, whatever the court's preference is.
You can just tell the court officer when you want the lights turned.
Okay, all right. So they get turned on for like a question or two, and then I turn them back off. But
However you want to do it.
that's fine. All right, so
However you
I'd
want
like
to
to
do it,
contrast
just get out of my
some of those
face.
pieces with some of the pieces that were found days and weeks later by Michael Proctor. And I'd like to start first with item 7-13. This is, I'd like to display Exhibit 343, which, Mr. Bates, is item 5.
Objection. These are questions for the wrong witness.
Okay. All right. You were previously asked about Exhibit 343, which is now displayed on the screen.
Yes.
And that is the first evidence bag submitted by Trooper Proctor, is it not?
So in mine, sorry.
And you know what, let me rephrase that. He submitted evidence bags all at one time, correct?
Yes.
All on 314. So when I said the first evidence bag, I meant the earliest date of collection. I should have asked it that way. February 8th of 2022.
Sure. I don't know all of the dates that each item was collected on.
Okay, but in any case, those, according to the evidence bag that you received, the contents of that bag, which were, again, pieces of plastic, correct?
Pieces of apparent plastic.
Pieces of apparent plastic. Those were found 5 days after the pieces that you previously testified were found by the Chico, right, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right. And February 8th was now 10 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Congratulations. You can do math, asshole.
Exhibit 346, which is 5A. Okay, looking at Exhibit 346, you will agree with me that this particular piece found on February 8th by Trooper Proctor was quite a bit larger than many of the plastic pieces that had been found by Trooper DeChico 5 days earlier on February 3rd, correct?
I mean, there were a variety of sizes of pieces on the other one, but that is a, what is that, approximately 4-ish inches?
Right, but my point is, Exhibit 346, what's displayed, that plastic piece, is quite a bit bigger than the small pieces that were contained in DeChico's collection, correct?
Then some of those pieces, yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to move on to item 7-15, and if I could show Exhibit 352, please, which is item 8, Mr. Bates. Okay, item 7-15, the evidence bag that supports that lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those pieces was February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And again, hearkening back to DeChico's evidence bag from February 3rd, this is now 8 days later that these pieces are found, correct?
Correct.
And it's now almost 2 weeks that these pieces are found after January 29th, right? 13 days?
Correct.
All right, if I could show Exhibit 355, which is 8A, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 11th is also quite a bit larger than those small pieces that were contained in Trooper DeChico's evidence collection, correct, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right, I'd like to move on to item 7-16, which is number 9, Mr. Bates.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Riley?
And this has not yet been introduced, so I'm about to introduce it. And in fact, why don't I do that first?
Okay.
If I can approach the witness.
Sure. And there's no objection to this, Mr. Lally?
No, you're not.
Okay.
I'll just have the witness identify it and then offer it. Do you recognize what that photo depicts that I've handed to you?
I do.
What is it?
The handwritten label from item 7-16.
Okay. I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 436.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I can display exhibit 436, which is number 9.
Sure.
And again, you just identified that as the bag supporting item 7-16, correct?
Correct.
That also lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those plastic pieces was February 18th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So Trooper Proctor is now finding these pieces over 2 weeks after the smaller pieces were found by Trooper DeChico, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
February 18th is nearly 3
Doesn't
weeks
this
after
hurt
January
they
29th,
planted
is it
the
not?
evidence argument?
Correct.
All right.
I think it does.
Show exhibit
Who knows?
370.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
I'm
trickle
sorry,
of evidence
380,
coming in.
which is 9A.
It
Mr. Bates.
would be more suspicious if it all came in at once.
You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This one appears to be about 11 centimeters long, approximately.
Sure.
All right. If I could show exhibit 376, which is 9B, Mr. Bates. Okay. And you would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that appears to be larger than the piece that you just identified in exhibit 380, correct?
The one that was just on the screen?
Right.
Yes.
This one appears to be maybe about 18 centimeters long. Does that seem accurate?
I mean, it's longer than the ruler.
Okay, yeah. And finally, if we could show exhibit 378, which is 9C, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is even larger than the last one that we just saw, correct?
In
can't really
length?
tell.
Yes.
Okay. This appears to be about 19 centimeters long.
I mean, longer than the ruler that's up there.
Okay.
But I have the actual measurement in my notes.
Sure. Well, and the precise measurement's not important. I'm just getting at the relative comparison. This one's certainly quite a bit larger than the smaller pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This larger piece of red plastic, like the previous two that you just identified, were all found on February 18th, about 3 weeks after January 29th, correct, according to your records?
Correct.
And regarding these last 3 evidence bags, labeled item number 713, 715, and 716 in February of 2022, from February 8th to the 18th, those were all plastic pieces collected by Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to collecting those pieces,
You turn the lights on, Ms. Giannetti?
yes, I'm sorry,
Okay. And we can take that down, please?
yes. In addition to collecting those plastic pieces on all those different days, Michael Proctor was also the person to hand deliver those last 3 evidence bags, all on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with those evidence bags of pieces of taillight prior to March 14th of 2022 when your lab received them, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it. We've already asked that.
Now, the taillight of that Lexus sits in the housing of the Lexus, the taillight housing, such that part of the taillight faces the rear of the car and part of the taillight loops around and faces the passenger's side of the car, correct?
Sure.
Right, because it's on the corner.
Sure, yeah.
You'd agree with me that once you received the final pieces of taillight from Michael Proctor on March 14th, or once your lab received that, you were then able to piece together a majority of the taillight, correct?
So I wasn't assigned this case until later, once everything had already been submitted to the laboratory.
Right. So it was true that after Michael Proctor submitted these pieces of taillight on March 14th, it was after that that you were able to do the reconstruction that you testified about, correct?
Correct.
If I
How
could
would she do the
have
reconstruction
exhibit
before he gave them to
432
her?
displayed, which is image 2151, Mr. Bates. That is the reconstruction, the final reconstruction that you were able to do, correct? You would agree with me that there's one section of that taillight that was missing completely, correct?
Correct.
And that missing section is noticeably visible in your reconstruction, is it not?
Yes,
And do you still have that laser pointer there?
I do.
Would you please point to the section of taillight that's missing? Okay. Appears to be a hole on the upper left side of that exhibit.
Is that a question?
Yes, it actually was. I should have said right or correct, but I didn't.
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, and if we could zoom back out, Mr. Bates, you would agree with me that the portion of taillight that you did not have was strictly on the rear side of the taillight, if I can call it that.
I am not sure what orientation that goes on to a car.
Okay. But in any case, to this day, you do not know where the pieces that make up that hole are or what happened to them, correct?
I do not.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Your Honor.
What's the point in asking for a moment and then just saying no more questions?
Just to
Now,
be a
Mr.
dick.
Lear, in reference to item 7-17 and 18, the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt, fair to say you never actually physically saw those items, correct?
The clothing? No, I did not.
Now, the debris that was provided, are you familiar with how that process or who got those debris items from those clothing items?
I can look at my notes and tell you who submitted it or who transferred it to our unit.
If you could.
Your witness is ready, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry. And from your review, who was that person?
Maureen Hartnett.
Now, as far as the 1/8 of an
You
inch
mean the
by
person that
1/16 of an
testified
inch
that they
red
collected it
clear,
and handed it over?
apparent plastic pieces that you observed within that debris, that was mixed in with other debris as far as dirt, fibers, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch pieces that were contained within that debris, was that something that you observed visually or microscopically or both?
So visually I take overall pictures of the debris, and then I'll look through the stereo zoom to see if there's any anything that looks different. And then I'll take a picture of that. So that is what I did. I looked through the stereo zoom.
Now, as far as the collection of evidence, fair to say you don't know who was a trooper, who was there when they were collected, how many troopers were there when it was collected, when it was collected, anything to do with that, fair to say?
Yes.
And as far as the pieces that you testified to, as far as fitting them mechanically together, all of those pieces then fit mechanically onto the taillight housing taken from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing on that.
All right, Ms. Belair, you are all set. Thank you very much. All right. Judge, do you want to take your morning break now? Or wait? Yeah, people are saying yes, so we'll take the morning break now.
All right, to the
Okay,
court, please.
They're taking their morning break, so we're also going to take our morning break. We're going to have a song, and then we'll be right back with you.
Do we also have a dance if we're having a song?
You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. Because if friends don't dance, then if they don't dance, then they're no friends
No
of mine.
friends of mine. You can dance.
Yes. So we're gonna have a wait, are they doing a sidebar? They're doing a sidebar. God bless it.
Happy 84th, Gia.
They're doing a sidebar.
Can I?
There we go. So you can say it.
Happy birthday, dear Gia. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gia. And I hope Zoe has one too.
And on that disturbing note, they're in a sidebar.
Sidebar.
Sidebar number 3. Number 3. She looks pleasant today, doesn't she?
As always.
Though she's missing the green coloring.
Made her look too envious.
Yes. Let alone more like the Wicked Witch of the West.
Yes, that was Hank trying to do Marilyn Monroe. Good job, Parsons.
Good job. Hank's quite the singer, isn't he?
He is quite the singer.
That was the singer.
What? Me? Who? What? When? Where?
Yes, Hank, you just sang happy birthday to Gia.
And
I was just cussing. I was just cussing out a scam caller. I didn't know it came out as a tune.
Yes, it did.
It was
and you,
very sexual.
You tried to imitate Marilyn Monroe with JFK. So, yeah.
In the very back row on the left there, that is CPU Tom. The glarer is seated right next to the parents of Karen Reed. So yes, 2 of the biggest supporters have been rewarded with seats in the courtroom today, including CPU Tom, who once sold used women's pleasure devices online. Because he's CPU Tom.
Did he advertise him as Scratch and Sniff?
Well, there goes breakfast 1.5.
Which candy item was that?
It wasn't. It was actually the shot of Robitussin from earlier.
Yes, Parsons, used. He didn't say who used them.
Yes. They're apparently still inside. Turtle Boy has left. Well, no, is that Turtle Boy? No, it's not Turtle Boy.
Has he left the building? Has he retreated into his shell? Into his
He
inner
has
shell.
left the building.
He's most likely out trying to find where the jury's having their break.
Yeah, probably.
And leaving a trail of slime behind him. Let's see if Turtle Boy has updated. We will eventually go to a break in a few minutes once we know what the hell's going on here.
Or will the attorney just be shit out of luck and bring the jury back?
You
Oh,
are
no.
unmuted.
Here they come.
Walking down the street.
Get the funniest looks from...
Everyone we meet.
All right.
You are muted.
Okay, after that uneventful sidebar,
Officer Fanley.
we have
Yep.
Officer Family. Yes.
We do have news. He has been
What's the
promoted.
news?
He's now Sergeant Fanley.
Oh,
Sergeant
nice. Sergeant Family. Sergeant.
Again, we have 15th Ben to take us through this magical, wonderful. Oh God!
You can't even keep a straight face for 15 seconds of a monologue. Jesus.
Magical, wonderful time we're going to have as we take our break.
Don't forget to leave your notepads in your chair.
We'll be back.
Mom, Jim's being creepy again.
It's the Robitussin. We'll be back in 4 minutes and 44
Robitussin.
seconds.
The quote-unquote Robitussin.
We interrupt this music video to say that Serial has said that she is taking a total of 7 subjects for today. 7 subjects. And we're back. We're watching Officer Family be paused because I paused it.
Sergeant. Sergeant.
Sorry.
Sergeant.
Sergeant Family. Family.
He's a manly
Did you-
family.
Did you have a good break?
Wonderful break. Everything came out all right.
Well, that's good.
It is good.
And
That is good,
just real
especially at your
unfortunately,
age.
Not
Yes. Yes.
this is not the lunch breaks. Unfortunately, just real. This is just the morning break.
It's just a potty
Yes,
break.
It was just a potty break, and it's a full day today, not a half day. Tomorrow may or may not be a full day. We are still awaiting news on that one. But the court is off on Friday, so there'll be no coverage on Friday. There'll just be the nightly news program. There is no nightly news program today because I'm going to bed at 4 o'clock after we're done with, or 4:30 after we're done with this program.
Okay, but Monday we thought it was going to be a full day. It was going to go to 4:30, and it only went to like 2:30. So I'm just saying.
No,
Or something.
Monday went to
No.
4:30.
I
Monday
thought they
went
ended
late.
early. I thought they ended early.
No, you ended early.
Well, I always end early because I can.
You ended early. They went
Again,
till 4
poor
o'clock.
Mrs. Pope.
We're gonna have to get.
She's used to it by now.
We're gonna
been
have
3
to get poor
decades.
Mrs. Pope on the air, especially now that you're involved with the Sisterhood of the Church of the Fellowship of the Traveling Pants.
Becomes a longer
No.
title every day. You two come.
Yeah, because I'm trying
Add
not to
words.
get us sued for trademark violations. So the Fellowship of the Rico, of the Suave, of the Fellowship of the Traveling Pants, Sisterhood.
Traveling
All
pantyhose.
righty, looking then.
Sisterhood.
The Pantaloons. Traveling Pantaloons, maybe.
There we go.
Traveling
Dungaroos. Dungaroos.
Dungaroos.
Because that won't get us sued.
Big Macs. That's what they used to call overalls. Did anyone else used to call them that, or is that a Seattle thing?
That's yeah. Serial
I remember-
killer haven thing. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you take off your Big Macs and dump the bodies with your Big
Yep.
Mac?
Yep.
Okay. Well, speaking of serial killers, what's for dinner tonight, Mr. Popeville?
I don't know. We haven't discussed that yet.
You haven't caught it yet?
Haven't really thought of it. No.
What about you, Hank? What's for dinner tonight?
Have not thought that far out.
I'm thinking we're having sliders here tonight.
Okay.
Sliders and French fries. That's what I want.
Shoving a full-size hamburger in your mouth in one bite is not a slider, Jim.
Well, if it's a McDonald's cheeseburger, yes, it is. Even though I'm still angry at McDonald's because their recent changes have spoiled their cheeseburgers. I used to like their cheeseburgers, but the new bun sucks. So it's too damn sweet. They recently upgraded their cheeseburgers to a new method to appeal to the masses, and it's more like a new Coke taste than it is anything else.
So they updated to new meth.
My go-to meal was the 2 cheeseburgers value meal, and they spoiled it, them bastards.
I only like their breakfast stuff there.
I would like one of their bagels with a hamburger patty.
It would be better than the salty brick of beef-like substance they put on and call it steak.
Well, yeah. And since they don't eat their egg, that's all I get is the salty brick and some onions.
They don't have Easter eggs?
They've got the preformed It's not even the Egg McMuffin egg. It's supposedly like a scrambled egg thing.
Oh,
It's a
sure.
preformed thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Egg McMuffin one's too small for the bagel.
Yeah. Yes. Griffey, did it lift off yet? Ground control to Major Griffey. Ground control to Major Griffey. Your circuit's dead. Is there something wrong? Can you hear us, Major Griffey? Can you hear us, Major Griffey? Can you hear? And that's Robitussin talking for you today, or to you today.
Proud
folks.
sponsors of Really Cool News and the continuing coverage of Karen Reed. Robitussin.
Yes. We're right here on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. And maybe soon to be Twitch. We can have half a subscriber on Twitch. Because we Twitch here all day, especially after the shipments of Robitussin come in. So, in other
And the
news,
we he's referring to is Jim and all of his cats.
So, in other news today, we had news that Chile de Castro had a day taken off his sentence. He is now scheduled to be out on August 2nd. We had news that Heather Dollahide, wife of Jason, now has a bench warrant issued for failing to show up to a court hearing. It's a $10,000 bond. Shuggy says that the break right now is due to the judge wanting to watch the Starliner launch live. And Jason Dollahide has until the 11th to respond to the request by the defense in his $250 million civil lawsuit to reply to their motion to dismiss the case, or else the case will be dismissed. What are the chances that Jason Dollahide actually replies?
Fair to Midland.
And what would he do if he was awarded the $250 million while he was in jail for the next 15 years?
Pay for his prison break?
His commissary would be taken care of, that's for sure. But you can only have so much on your commissary, because remember he was bitching about that. Because Chile was sending him $400 a week, so he's buying everything in the commissary and stockpiling it. The guards were throwing it all out because it was
Over the allowed quantities.
Yes, more than allowed quantity, since he was hoarding it all.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in Chile de Castro news, even more on that, he went from saying how much he loved all the gift baskets he was getting and naming which ones he especially liked, to going back to saying that, oh, he just trades them for bottled water. He doesn't snack on them at all because they're disgusting.
Oh.
And he had to go on a diet because he was gaining so much weight from not eating the baskets.
Apparently. Because remember, now he's fasting for 3 days at a time, too.
Sure.
And he's sleeping from 11 o'clock in the morning till 4 in the afternoon, and then being up all night. Oh, and during the sleep time, he's stuffing pencil erasers in his ears, because that's not dangerous at all. And
is that to prevent the poop noises from his neighbors?
Maybe.
They're too small to block any noise whatsoever, so hey.
Well,
and
it is
let's
Chile.
see.
He is, 5'0", so.
He says that he's also spending all night reading. But I thought if you're in the hole, or if you're in real prison, there's a lights out time where they don't allow you to have a flashlight to read.
I'm in the hole, Jim. I'm in the hole. I'm in the hole, Jim. I'm in the hole.
Karen Reed's?
Uh,
It's really dark and scary.
Is Turtle
Smells
Tree
funny.
there with you?
It
How about
smells
Tom
funny.
CPU?
Like dead turtles.
Wait, so you're in He Who Shall Not Be Named
It's-
hole?
it
Does
smells
Mom
like
vacuum?
it smells like rotten tuna fish and shame.
So his mom hasn't vacuumed it out in a while. Oh Lord. So yes, we are expecting a message from Chile since it's the second day, probably tonight. Probably more
Mhm.
nonsense because let's face it, the past few Chilies have sucked. Michael Eline got something like 57,000 views on his live on Chili's channel last night
Sure he did. Sure he
to
did.
137 likes.
Sure
Yeah,
he did.
Let me guess. The chat interaction did not go up whatsoever.
exactly. And what's
Hmm.
weird is he started by saying really cool a bunch of times at the start of his
We should
live
sue.
stream.
We should sue. We should sue. Copyright infringement.
Well, I know he reads us because he takes all the documents I post. That's where he's getting the documents from. He's literally pulling up my articles and highlighting the documents on his live streams. So,
Thank you, Michael.
thank you,
Appreciate it.
Michael. Thank you, Michael. And let's see. We're in the extended morning break. This, I don't know. Maybe the jurors got bagels today. Bagels from McDonald's.
Ooh. Proud
Why
sponsor of Really Cool News.
Are they being punished? Are they being punished for something?
I don't know, but sometimes the judge brings in bagels and coffee just for them. Now, I'd rather have donuts and coffee, even though I don't drink coffee, but that's just me. Donuts.
Will you trade your
Wonderful.
donuts? Will you trade your coffee for donuts?
Yes, I would. I would trade my coffee for donuts since I don't drink coffee. Because do you really want to see me caffeinated? Especially now that I'm in a wonderful place with some Robitussin so I can breathe this morning. I did have to put my painter's mask on to go back to bed this morning because I couldn't freaking breathe.
Good.
So, yes. That's always got to be. If we're ever home invaded and someone walks into my bedroom and I wake up wearing a painter's mask, I'm sure it'll be the scariest thing they ever saw when they came into this house.
Now, is that the chloroform smelling painter's mask or?
No, that one is at up in Pants's crawl space.
Oh, he's back in your, is he back in your crawl space?
I think
I
he's up there.
thought he left. I thought he left.
He left in a huff the other day, but I think somebody's back up there because I see an eye from time to time. It could be a raccoon. It might be a raccoon. You never know.
It could be Hank's advanced recon team.
We are seeing more and more raccoons these days. In fact, one actually used his little hand to pick up the plate of cat food out there, and he walked it from the door to the end of the porch because he didn't want the cat to be near it. There was a cat out there. He literally picks it up with one hand and then put his other hand out like he's shooing the cat away and walks it to the end of the porch some 10 feet away.
Oh.
So, yeah. I'm thinking that Hank has trained these things too well.
We used to in a house that we rented. Backed up to a creek, and I would go out on our front porch and smoke. And I'm standing there one day, and this like whole family of raccoons comes waddling up the yard, and they are huge.
Yes.
And they kind of stop and look at me, and I'm like, okay. And they wander on across the neighbor's street to the neighbor's house, the backyard. I find out later that
they're coming back.
I find out later that She has bowls of cat food out to feed all the neighborhood cats. So that's where they were going, which is why they were so huge.
Thank you. Maybe see the proof back.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Ms. Christina Hanley to the stand.
Okay.
You can step right up there. Just watch your step for me.
You saw this with the evidence of the court and jury, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You can take the stairs.
Find the lowest setting. Find a lower setting. I don't know who said that, but.
I really need you to keep your voice up.
Okay. All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure, it's Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I am a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I have been there for approximately 16 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive regard to your
She looks a hell of a lot younger than she is if she's been there 16
I have
years.
a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in Forensics from Merrimack College.
And then after receiving
It looks
those
kind of
degrees
like
from
Tina
Merrimack, where did
Fey.
you go from?
I
Kinda.
began working at the
But if I had to
Massachusetts
guess,
Police
I'd
Crime
say
Lab in 2008.
And
I'd say mid-20s, mid
from
to
your
upper
work there in
20s.
2008, what did you do next?
So I began as a chemist one in the drug identification unit. Once I completed my training in there, I was promoted to a chemist two. In 2009, I transferred into the trace unit as a chemist two, which is the equivalent of a forensic scientist two currently. And in 2017, I was promoted to a forensic scientist 3 in the trace arson and explosives unit.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of the difference between a forensic scientist or a chemist 1, forensic scientist 2, forensic scientist 3 within your lab.
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is considered like a bench analyst working on casework.
Hey, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up really loud, okay?
A forensic scientist 3 is a unit supervisor, and I also perform casework.
And how long is it you've been a forensic scientist 3 or a supervisor within the trace unit?
I have been a supervisor since 2017 for approximately 7 years.
Keep your voice up, please, ma'am.
Now, Ms. Hanley, with reference to just starting in general terms with the trace unit, if you could describe to the jury what is the trace unit and what type of analyses are done.
I'm starting to think maybe the judge needs hearing aids.
Sure. So the type of examination that we do in the trace arson and explosives unit, I examine and compare trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hair, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and I also do physical match examinations as well as serial number restorations on firearms.
What type of training did you receive at the lab?
So I received in-house training as well as some external training. The in-house training consisted of required readings
exercises, observing other analysts working on casework in the lab. I was required to successfully complete a written exam, a competency test, and a mock trial.
And if you could describe to the juries for what your duties and responsibilities are with your current position at the lab.
Sure. So I'm responsible for the daily operations in the unit, training other new analysts in the unit. I perform technical and administrative reviews of case files. I also work on casework, like I had mentioned, examining trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hairs, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and physical match examinations and serial number restorations on firearms.
And was your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, is that accredited somehow?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe to the jury what that accreditation means, essentially?
Sure. So an accreditation, it's a formal recognition that the lab is in compliance with certain accreditation requirements.
And is the lab that you work for, is that currently up to code or up to speed with regard to accreditation?
Yes.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you work as a supervisor and review other people's casework, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, when it comes to this specific area, as far as trace analysis or comparison of items, who, if anyone, reviews your work?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
Sure. When it comes to this type of analysis, as far as comparison of items, who is it that reviews your work?
So depending on the type of case, currently we do have an external technical reviewer who is authorized to perform that technical review.
And is that external review, is that essentially as a result of there's no one else at the lab that can do what you do?
With some of the disciplines that I perform casework in, I am the only one. So when I do those types of cases, we utilize an external technical reviewer.
Are you familiar with a proficiency test?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and how that plays into either your work at the lab or the accreditation process that the lab goes through?
Sure. So a proficiency test monitors an analyst's performance. It's a quality assurance process, and I am required to complete at least one external PT annually. Due to the multiple sub-disciplines in trace, I do typically perform or complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And are the proficiency tests that you take, are they required by the accrediting body, ANAP?
Yes.
And have you passed each of those proficiency tests that you've undertaken over the years?
I have successfully completed my proficiency tests.
Now, turning your attention to this case, at some point, did you become involved in an analysis in reference to a lab case number 22-02184?
Yes.
And the name of the suspect on that is Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury, again, just in a general sense, in any sort of case, when items come into your possession at the lab, how is that done, and sort of what do you do with those items when you first receive them?
Sure. So evidence is submitted to the lab through the evidence unit. It's assigned a unique lab number and barcode. The information for the case is input into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System. And the a chain of custody of the items is tracked in that LIMS system. When I take an item into my custody, I then document it with photos and notes. And then I proceed with sampling and microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically when it comes to you mentioned you have a variety of sort of sub-disciplines or different types of testing or casework that you do, is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically as it applies to an analysis or an examination of items of glass, what, if any, experience or what types of cases would it be that you've looked at those types of items in the past?
So I have examined glass numerous times from a variety of different types of cases. For example, a hit and run or a B&E.
And as far as the types of, are there different types of glass that you've performed examinations on in the past as well?
Yes, I mean, there could be a variety of type of glass that I could come across for examination.
And with respect to examination of glass, what are some of the steps, or what is the process, or what, if any, instrumentality are you using to conduct your examination?
Sure. So when I examine an item that is glass, I document it with photos and notes, making general observations of appearance, color. I examine a portion microscopically and observe certain optical properties. And then I will also check to see if it fluoresces under UV light. And I also will sample it for analytical analysis using a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement.
If you could explain to the jury the GRIM device, how does that work?
Sure. So it measures the refractive index. Your refractive index. Your sample is placed into an oil of a known refractive index, and that then gets placed onto a hot stage of the microscope of the GRIM instrument. And it goes through a process of cooling and heating, and it looks for the match point temperature. And from that match point temperature, we're able to determine the refractive index of the glass sample.
Now, as far as that determination of the refractive index of a glass sample, how is that? Is that something that you're viewing, and how are you viewing it? What are you viewing?
It's viewed through the software that the GRIM instrument uses.
And how does that appear as far as visually when you're looking at it?
So it essentially, you watch the cooling and heating process of this sample, like I had mentioned, and it determines the match point temperatures, and it takes an average, and it then calculates the refractive index for the sample.
Now, is there another device that you utilize in the lab called an FTIR?
Yes.
And can you explain, first of all, what that term stands for?
Sure. It stands for Fourier Transform Infrared Spectrometer. Sorry.
And what is that device, and how is that used in your examination?
So it's an analytical technique that's used for certain types of analysis. Basically, your sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way. And what's produced is what we call a spectrum or a graph. And it's just a series of peaks and valleys that are representative of the sample.
Now, turning your attention back to this case, 22-02184, starting with, were there some glass pieces that you examined in reference to that case?
Yes.
And what were the item numbers associated with the glass pieces that you examined in this case?
Sure. So the item numbers it was item 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14.
And if you recall, as far as starting with item 3-2, was there any other sort of label associated with that beyond just item 3-2?
3-2 was a clear, apparent drinking glass.
And item 3-3?
Item 3-3, I believe, was the clear, apparent glass pieces recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
And then item 7-12?
That was some clear, apparent glass that was recovered. It was recovered from the ground.
In the ground at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And lastly, item 7-14?
7-14 was also a clear, apparent piece of glass that was recovered from the road.
Now, with reference to item 3-2, the drinking glass, what, if any, observations did you make or did you note during the course of your examination of that?
Sure. So it appeared to have broken, irregular edges. And that was all I had noted at that point.
Did you take measurements as far as height and width?
I did.
Do you recall what those were?
I would need to refer to my notes for that.
Yes, you can use your notes.
So the diameter of the bottom of the drinking glass was 2 3/4 inches. Approximately 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
In addition to the measurements that you took, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the interior and the exterior of that glass cup?
That there was some dirt debris material noted on the exterior and interior of that item.
Now, as far as item 3-3, the apparent glass on the rear bumper of the vehicle, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that, or how many pieces were there?
Sure. So it consisted of 5 clear pieces of apparent glass, with broken irregular edges. The largest piece measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest piece measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, within those 5 pieces in items 3-3, were they then given each of those pieces respectively an additional label or marker?
Yes.
And was that an alphabetical one, essentially A through E?
Yes, I labeled them A through E.
Now, with regard to piece E from item 3-3, what, if anything, in addition, did you do with regard to that piece?
So what I labeled as piece E, I also used the Grimm instrument for analytical instrumentation.
Now, with regard to item 7-12, or the 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic, what, if anything, did you observe in your initial observations or initial examination of those pieces individually?
Parsons,
So
is that
in
as she lets her
item
hair down and shakes it
7-12,
loose?
it consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass, all with broken irregular edges.
Now, specific to the 9 pieces of broken glass, what, if any, examination did you do of them initially?
So the 9 pieces of apparent glass were examined microscopically.
Now, lastly, with regard to item 7-14, the pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, did you note during your initial examination of them and observations did you make in regard to that?
Sure. So item 7-14 consisted of 1 clear piece of apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, as far as the microscopic appearance, so when you're putting something under the microscope and you're looking at, what kind of things are you looking for? What kind of characteristics are you looking for when you're examining something microscopic?
So I look at several things. So initially, I look at the color, whether there are like flat, smooth surfaces to the glass, whether it's flat or curvature. And then I may sample some more to examine under a polarized light microscope and check to see if there are certain optical properties under a polarized light microscope that are characteristic of glass.
And in addition to looking at each of these items individually, then what, if any, comparison did you do between those various items, 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14?
So between those items, I first examined them to see if there was a physical match between item 3-2 and item 7-12 and 7-14. And then I also did a comparison of 3-2 to item 3-3. And then I also compared item 3-3 to 7-14 for possible physical match. And in addition, I also sampled some pieces for use for examination on the GRIM instrument.
Let me ask you, just as far as classification goes, are you familiar with terms as far as a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain what those terms mean and how they relate to each other within your specific forensic field?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, with, for example, fibers or tape. An individual characteristic is when a material can be associated with a single source, for example, a physical match.
Now, with reference to your analysis between items 3-2 and 7-12, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your examination or comparison of those items?
Sure. So, right, there are several items that I'll just have to refer to my conclusion, if that's okay, my report.
Yes, you can go ahead and look at your notes.
So item 3-2 was found to have a physical match with 6 of the pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12. But there was no physical match with the 3 other pieces from 7-12.
Based on that physical match that you determined, what, if any, conclusions can you come to with regard to those items that were physical?
Sure. So item 3-2 and the 6 pieces from 7-12 were at one time together as one unit. So then item 3-2 and all 9 pieces from item 7-12 were examined microscopically. However, there was no physical match found with the piece of clear glass from 7-14. Item 3-2 and all 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12 were examined microscopically, but no physical match was found with 2 of the pieces from the clear apparent glass from item 3-3.
Now, with reference to item 3-3 and item 7-14, what, if any, comparison examination were you able to do in reference to that?
Sure. So item 3 so 2 of the clear glass pieces from 3-3 were examined microscopically. No physical match was found with the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. One of the pieces that I had labeled as piece E from item 3-3 was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with examined portions of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. So accordingly, the examined portion of the piece of clear glass that I labeled as E from item 3-3 could have originated from the examined portion of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you used a term in there as far as instrumental properties. Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to your examination in this case?
So the instrumental properties, that's referring to the Grimm analysis that I did. So in comparing the refractive index from 3-3 versus 7-14.
So the clear apparent glass from item 3-2 that was recovered from the scene was a physical match for 6 pieces from 7-12, which were additional glass pieces found from the scene, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. So the the drinking glass from item 3-2 was a physical match for 6 of the pieces from item 7-12, which was glass recovered from the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then the 2 of the pieces from item 3-3, or one of the pieces, excuse me, piece E from 3-3, which was from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, was consistent with a piece of clear glass from 7-14, which was found on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Hanley, in addition to that trace analysis that you performed with regard to the glass pieces, what, if any, other, excuse me, additional examination did you do with regard to items of debris?
Sure. So I also examined item 3-1 and 7-18.18.
Now, starting with item 7-18.18, what, if any, other description did you have as far as what that item was or where it came from?
So 7-18.18 is scrapings, trace material recovered from the victim's clothing.
And that would be both an orange T-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, is that correct?
Correct.
And those particular items, as far as the debris, that was provided to your unit within the lab by whom?
I believe it was Maureen that did the scraping of the clothing and had those scrapings transferred to our unit for further examination.
And that would be Maureen Hartnett, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as what, if any, items, the other item was 3-1, is that correct?
Correct.
That was the actual sort of taillight housing.
Virgo
from the
Wraith,
vehicle, is that
smarter
correct?
than Turtle
Yes,
Boy
that's
is a
correct.
very low bar.
And according to your notes, who, if anyone, provided that piece of evidence to your unit or to your lab for that comparison purpose?
I would have to double check who, I believe it was Maureen, but I'm not, I would have to double check in my.
Go ahead, you can go ahead.
Okay. Oh,
Have fun, Gia.
I'm sorry. It was Trooper Christopher Moore that had that item delivered to the lab.
Now, with reference to item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the vehicle, what, if any, observations or things did you note in regard to your sort of initial examination of the taillight?
So I did notice that there were portions of the taillight and red that had broken irregular edges. It appeared to be that there was damage to it.
Now, with reference to your examination just of the taillight now, what, if any, instruments did you utilize in the course of your examination of the taillight?
Sure. So during my examination, I used a stereo zoom microscope, a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, as well as a FTIR with a microscope attachment and a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
Now, the Graham and the FTIR, I believe you've already discussed in your testimony. As far as the microspec is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what that instrument is and how it's used and how you used it in this examination specifically?
Sure. So a microspec is used to examine items that have color. So essentially, your sample is exposed to visible light, reacts in a certain way. Some of the light gets absorbed, some of it gets transmitted, and we get a spectrum, and it's representative of the dye or pigment in the sample.
Now, with reference to item 7-18.18, that being the debris from the victim's clothing, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that particular item?
Sure. So I noted that there was some clear plastic material, as well as some red plastic material. And I would have to refer to my report for exact measurements of those items.
You can go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the piece of clear plastic measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And the largest piece of one of the red plastic pieces measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece from that measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
As far as measurements go, as far as your examination, as far as the lab is concerned, is 1/16 of an inch sort of the bottom row as far as measurements go?
Yes.
So if something is less than that, it's just sort of noted as less than 1/16 of an inch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that debris, the clear and red plastic from the debris, what, if any, examination or what, if any, instruments did you use to conduct your examination just for those pieces?
So I examined a portion of the clear plastic as well as one of the pieces of the red plastic. I examined them microscopically, and I analyzed portions instrumentally using an FTIR and a microspec.
And based on those examinations, starting with the clear plastic material that you observed, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with reference to comparison of the clear plastic material to the taillight housing?
So the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the examined portion of the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, similarly, with from your examination of the red pieces of plastic in the taillight versus the red pieces of plastic contained within the debris, what, if any, conclusion were you come from your examination of comparison of those items?
Sure. So the examined portions of the red plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, instrumental properties with the examined portions of the red plastic from the taillight, item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1, the taillight, or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. May I have one moment, Charlie?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Right. Actually, Mr. Jackson, before you begin, why don't I see you vote the sidebar vote?
Sidebar.
Sidebar number 4.
Sidebars. Get your red hot sidebars.
Only 5 cents. 5 cents a sidebar.
5 cents. 5 cents sidebar.
5 cents sidebar. 5 cents for every person here times 5 with tax. So 25 cents a person, so the tax will come out.
It's $30.05.
That's right. We're making a whole $30 today, with 25 going to the government. That's accounting for you, people. We account for everything. See the receipt section of our Discord server.
We're just taking tips from Chile
Fair
de
warning,
Castro.
Jim's cats do all the math.
The cats with the typewriters. They've got the typewriters for that. They do the math on the typewriters.
Okay. But the raccoons check the calculators.
The raccoons don't have calculators. Calculators. They've got abacuses. Abacuses.
No, that would be the skunks with the abacus.
Well, may I approach the magistrate with just a minute to get VP for identification?
Which one?
Victor. May I inquire? Yes. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Beth. Well, almost afternoon, Ms. Hamlin.
Good morning.
I'd like to show you a document just to begin our conversation this morning, if I may. May I approach?
Yes.
This has been previously identified as VV, as in Victor. And I'd like to ask you, first of all, to take a look at that and tell me if you generally recognize what that document is.
Yes, it appears to be a chain of custody of several items.
Okay, and is that a chain of custody document reflective of the crime lab's case number in this case? Sort of a clumsy question. Do you understand what my question is?
It is the chain of custody for 22-02184.
And is that the case number that the Massachusetts State Crime Lab, Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is still assigned to this case that you're testifying about today?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've seen reports like this before, correct?
Yes.
They're routinely used in the crime lab to track evidence and maintain chain of custody, at least at the crime lab. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the information contained in the report is entered at or near the time of the event that's memorialized?
Yes.
Okay. And it's relied on generally by the crime lab as a business record, correct? As a record of the event memorialized?
Yes, it's a record of the chain of custody of items within the lab.
Okay, and my question is it relied on by the lab for truth and accuracy as best you can maintain it to track items of evidence within the lab?
Yes, it does track items.
And the information contained in the report is presumed by you and other supervisors at the lab to be accurate. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of VB as an exhibit.
Objection.
See that, we'll see you at 7.
Sidebar number 5. Sidebar number 5.
Those red hot sidebars coming in fast now.
It's lunchtime.
It
You
is
need
while
one.
last. Get one while last. Get one while last.
While they're hot. While they're hot. They're fresh off of Popeville's grill.
Yes.
Fresh off his grill.
Along with my meat.
They'll last you more than 6 seconds, unlike the Pope. You can have onions on them if you want to. We know that you love the onions.
And because we're in Massachusetts, we'll get you some lobster roll. Sidebar lobster roll.
Sidebar lobster roll, huh? Now, can we have some clam chowder with that, too?
New England clam chowder.
And I'm sorry, my
Clam
request
chowder,
is
lobster
sidebar
rolls, and
reserved.
hot dog.
Yes.
And a wiener.
May I
And the
inquire?
wiener
Yes.
at your sidebar.
Ms. Hanley, I want to draw your attention specifically to the glass pieces that Mr. Lally asked you about. Would you agree that there's a lot of numbers that were discussed, correct?
A lot of,
I compared 3-2 to 7-12 and sub A, B, C, and D of 712 were compared with 3-2 and 3-3. A lot of numbers, right?
yes, there are a lot of numbers, items.
Okay, I want to try if I can, see how well it goes, to clear that up and categorize those.
Sure.
Perhaps, would you agree that we could put the items that you compared and examined in your analysis in 4 categories: 3-2, the cup or the glass; 3-3, the bumper glass; 7-12, the 9 pieces of glass recovered by a trooper named Buchnick at the scene; and 7-14, a single piece of glass recovered by a trooper named Proctor at the scene. Would you agree that those 4 categories are basically what you analyzed between and among each other?
Yes, there's 4 total items.
Okay. And within those items, there were some subcategories of items in some of those, correct?
Yes, because some of the items just had multiple pieces, so they were labeled just to keep track of the pieces.
Okay. So if I could ask you to take those one at a time, pardon me, 3-2, under that column visually, that would be a single item, just the cup, correct?
Correct.
3-3, under that single item, the bumper, there would be 5 sub-items, A, B, C, and D, and E.
Yes, that's correct.
Public school education. Under 7-12, the third column, there's 9 pieces, correct? A, B, C, D, E, F as in Frank, I, K, and L are the 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
They're close to being alphabetical, not quite toward the end, right?
Correct. I would have to look at my report for the exact letters, but
Sure, go ahead and look at your report.
so the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass were labeled as A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Okay. And then, of course, the last category would be 7-14. That's a single piece of glass that was recovered at the scene by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor, just.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute on this.
Sidebar. We may have a record of sidebars today, because the judge is even demanding them. That's sidebar number 6, folks. Sidebar number 6. And yes, the
Lucky
clown-
number 6. Lucky number 6.
Lucky number 6. And look at her in her splendid beauty. I mean, what's the opposite of beauty?
Beast.
Hello.
Jim is the opposite of beauty? Okay. So she's a
Not-
splendid Jim on display.
Not according to Rose, but we don't kink shame here.
Okay.
You are unmuted.
And then back from the sidebar.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, so the last category, we were talking about 7-14, that was a single piece of glass, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to ask you to take your comparisons one at a time, if I can. You compared the cup in 3-2 to the 9 pieces recovered at the scene. A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
Is that 7-12 you're talking about?
7-12. Thank you.
Sorry, can you say the letters again? I just don't know if I heard all of them.
A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, L.
Yes, that's correct.
Of those pieces that I just mentioned, the cup was a match to A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pieces E and I were compared to each other, and you matched them, correct?
So I believe I'd have to look further in my notes, but I believe E and I were found to fit together by
Properties, meaning mechanical properties.
yes, but I would have to check my notes, but I believe it was the previous analyst that looked at 7-12 that found the physical match between E and I.
But that wasn't you?
Is it okay if I look at
Yes.
my notes?
Sure, I don't want to get bogged down, but yes, please.
Okay, so item 7-12 was previously examined by another analyst in the trace unit. Specifically, E and I received, when I opened this item for examination, E and I were taped together because they were found to have a physical match by the analyst who previously examined the item.
Great. Importantly, E, I, and L, however, were not found to match the cup. in 3-2, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You also compared the cup in 3-2 to the 5 items recovered on the bumper in 3-3, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You also analyzed the cup in 3-2 against the 5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, in 3-3, the bumper glass, correct?
I did examine I compared item 3-2 to 2 of the pieces marked as A and B from item 3-3.
And those
which
were
was
deemed not to match the cup, correct?
correct.
And you did not analyze C and D, correct? I'm assuming that's because of size.
Sorry to let you know, Mr. Jackson, size matters.
Ouch.
So the rest of the items were not used for physical match examination due to size and condition.
So as you sit here, none of the items on the bumper were deemed to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you did end up analyzing one of the items on the bumper, item E as an echo, and you analyzed that against the single piece of glass found at the scene in 7-14, correct?
Correct.
And you used both, well, you used a variety, it sounds like, of analyses, including microscopy, UV light, the glass refractive index, GREM process, correct?
That's correct.
You also use the FTIR, is that right? Infrared spectrometry?
That's incorrect.
Okay, you did not use FTIR in this analysis?
I did not.
Okay, but in the analysis that you did use, you found that there was a match between item E on the bumper and the single piece of glass in 7-14, correct?
They were found to be consistent. They were found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties.
Okay, so importantly, you also compared the single piece of glass in our sort of visual column 4, 7-14, that single piece of glass to the cup. You found that it didn't match, correct?
Correct.
All right. So lastly, you tested the single piece of glass found in the 4th column, 7-14, against the 9 pieces of glass.
Shiggy, that's the most
found in
disgusting thing you've ever
7-12.
said.
A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
I did compare item 7-14 to item
Terrestrial witches is
3-2
worse.
and the 9 pieces
La,
in
la, la,
item
la, la,
7-12.
la.
So another way to put that would be you analyze column 4 against column 3 now, correct?
I examined them for a possible physical match.
And they did not match. correct?
There was no physical match to item 714.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay. Want to show Mr. Lally what you know?
Sure. I'm looking for the one that was already labeled. I don't have it. May I approach the court magistrate and ask if he's got WW by chance?
No, I do.
May I borrow that from the court? Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that document. Just glance it over for a second and let me know when you've had an opportunity to study that.
Okay.
You've taken a look at that single page document?
Yes.
Does that appear to accurately reflect in sort of a visual manner what you just testified to about your analysis of each of these pieces, irrespective of the text on the item, just the analysis of the items specified in that document?
I'm not quite sure what I've never seen this before. I'm not quite sure what
I think you have to move along, Mr. Jackson, for all the reasons we talked about at sidebar.
I understand. My question is a relatively simple one. Is this and if you don't understand something on the document, just say so. Is this a visual representation, an accurate visual representation of what you just testified to in terms of what matched and what didn't match? What the green matches, the circle with the red through it doesn't match.
I would need to go through my conclusion and compare to confirm.
Fair enough. It is accurate to say, we'll use a cheat sheet for a second. It is accurate to say that the cup was not found to match any items that were found on the bumper. That's correct, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, it's fair to say that the piece recovered under 714, a single piece of glass recovered under 714, does not match either the cup, nor does that piece match any of the 9 pieces in 712, correct?
And you can look at your notes if that's easier for you. We just want the right answer, Mr. Jackson, right?
Of course.
So
That's all I want.
take your time with your notes if that's easier for you.
So I'm sorry, can you just repeat the last question that you asked for?
The single piece of glass under 714 neither matches the cup, nor does it match any of the 9 pieces found in 712. In other words, it stands alone.
So that's correct. So
Okay.
714, there was no physical match between 714 and 3-2 or any of the pieces in 7-12.
Thank you, Scott. And then my final question is, the only piece of material, glass material, that was recovered from the bumper. Item E, the only thing that any piece on that bumper matched was the single piece of glass found in 714. Correct?
So piece E from item 3-3 was the piece that I examined microscopically and instrumentally. It was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with 7-14.
And that's the only piece of material on that bumper in that section. In other words, in 3-3, that matched anything else in your analysis. The piece that was found singularly at under 714, correct? The only one.
Yes, it was found to be consistent.
Thanks. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, within item 7-12, there were 9 pieces of glass and 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the comparison analysis that you're conducting is concerned, why is it, as far as the pieces of plastic are concerned, why is that not part of the comparative analysis?
I did not examine the plastic pieces for physical match because there were no other plastic pieces for comparison for physical match. So I examined the glass pieces for possible physical match.
What are some of the differences between, from an elemental standpoint, as far as plastic versus glass?
Plastic is it's a type of polymer. A different type of analysis would be conducted if I was examining plastic versus glass. Something like a plastic, something that we refer to as anisotropic, or glass is isotropic. So they are different types of material.
Now, as far as characteristically speaking, from plastic and or glass, what are some of the commonalities of those items as they're found in general?
Objection.
Beyond the scope?
Yes.
Sustained.
Now, again, from the drinking glass that was recovered on scene, that was a match for 6 of the pieces of glass that were found on the roadway or on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
I believe it was 6. I just would have to confirm in my report.
And you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes, it was 6 pieces from 7-12.
And then it was piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle that was found to be consistent with clear glass that was found on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Hanley. You are all set. No, that can be Jim, the one with all the Post-its on it, can you give me that? Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Sidebar. Get your
Sidebar 7.
Get them all the hot, babies. Get them all
Fresh
the
off
hot.
the grill. Fresh off the grill. Sidebar. Sidebar.
And slathered in the homemade juices and mustards of Mr. Popefield.
Bad Jim. Bad Jim.
What?
Yes, in the really cool news, bottled Popefield sauce.
Bill sauce. Only 10 cents a bottle. 10 cents a bottle will last you a lifetime of Popefield's secret sauce. A combination of hopes, dreams, and mustard.
And tears. Lots and lots of tears.
You can make your own mustard gas at home if you've got Popefield's secret mustard sauce.
Available at not so fine retailers everywhere.
Sidebar.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. And Rose wants to know where there's stickers. Well, we don't have a shop yet, so there can't be stickers with shops. And you really don't want me to be sedated while I'm making stickers, do ya?
Yes, we do.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Sergeant Yuri Buchanan to the stand.
Okay.
Here we go, Buchanan.
And I do
You are
have that
unmuted.
envelope, Mr. Lally. I have that.
Step for me. May stand and please clerk.
You tell me, so the honesty of the court and jury in the case out here, should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I did.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Yuri Buchanan, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y, last of B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I've been a trooper since 2012.
And what, prior to being employed as a trooper with the state police, excuse me, what, if any, other employment or background do you have as far as law enforcement is concerned?
My law enforcement career began in 2003 when I graduated from the military police school in Fort Leonard, Missouri, while I was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. From there, I was stationed at Quantico, Virginia, with the Marine Corps Presidential Helicopter Squadron. I provided security for the presidential helicopter and assets, attaining a top secret Yankee White clearance. I was promoted meritoriously to corporal and sergeant and had a platoon of 44 Marines. From there, I was stationed in Camp Pendleton, California, where I was a patrol supervisor on base as a military police officer. Once my enlistment ended, I decided to come home and pursue a law enforcement career here in Massachusetts in the communities that I grew up in. I first worked with the VA Hospital Police, where I attained a secret clearance, which was a requirement of the employment. After that, I worked at the Attleboro Police Department in uniform patrol, as well as the SWAT team with Attleboro, Massachusetts Police Department. In 2011, I applied for the Massachusetts State Police, graduated, and worked at the Sturbridge Barracks, Millbury Barracks, and Foxborough Barracks. In 2015, I was selected to come to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the detective unit and worked homicide cases as a trooper. 2021, December, I was promoted and took on a supervisory role within the unit.
Now, with respect to your work within the unit of the detective unit at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work there?
I've attended numerous homicide conferences, training in various aspects of digital device analysis and investigations in major crimes, homicides, drug investigations, and so forth.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the State Police Detective Unit on January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And were you on call that day?
I was on call as a supervisor.
Now, can you explain to the jury as far as the on-call system within the detective units? Well, let me ask you this first. What, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have as a sergeant or as a supervisor with reference to on-call duty and sort of how that works?
As a supervisor on call, responsibilities include answering the detective that's on call any questions that might arise. Obviously, we don't all have the same experience, so we put our heads together, and if it's a situation or case, a scene that they have not been exposed to before, they call the supervisor for guidance, suggestion, or bounce questions off of them in order to help them navigate that case.
And who was the on-call detective on this particular date of January 29th?
January 29th, the morning hours up until 7 a.m., it was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I do.
And how long have you known Trooper Proctor?
Since he came into the office in 2019, I believe it was September, October 2019.
And have you supervised Trooper Proctor sort of throughout his work within the office?
I have supervised him throughout my supervisory position. So his entire time in the office, while I was a supervisor, I've supervised him directly, yes.
And as far as that on-call system or that on-call rotation is concerned, how is that determined, or how does that sort of come into existence?
The on-call system is formulated, it's compiled the month prior. So for example, if it was December, beginning of December, the troopers in the office would submit their days requesting not to be on call due to trials, training, personal reasons, or vacations they had planned. Those days are submitted in the beginning of the month, and then if it's in the beginning of December, for example, the on-call schedule for January is then compiled a month in advance, really.
So these are generated well in advance of whatever specific date a trooper is on call, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the detective unit within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, who, if anyone, is your supervisor?
Currently, my supervisor is Lieutenant Fanning, and the unit commander is Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully.
In that sort of pecking order, if you will, was that the way that it was set up in January of 2022 as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, on this morning of January 29th, 2022, at some point, do you get a call in the morning, and from whom do you initially get a call?
I received a call approximately 6:44 in the morning or so from the H Troop headquarters, which is the field headquarters for the Metro Boston area, which also covers our county. And they advised me that there was a body in the snowbank in Canton. I asked for further details and advised them that I was not on call, but I would call the on-call trooper and let them know that there was a call out requesting their assistance. So that's what I did. I called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
And following that initial contact that you had from the H Troop and then your call to Trooper Proctor, what happened then?
Trooper Proctor began making phone calls, gathering information.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the next thing that happened as far as your involvement was concerned?
I was advised of the circumstances under which the body was located and what was transpiring. And I told Trooper Proctor that I would start shoveling out during the blizzard, and then proceed to meet him in Canton to begin our investigation.
And where was it that you and Trooper Proctor first met up on that particular morning?
We met at the Canton Police Department.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 9:15. Due to the amount of snow that was on the ground, the time that it took me to shovel out the main roads, actually no roads were plowed at the time during my track. So I decided to drive my personal truck to Canton Police Department because it was a 4-wheel drive and meet Trooper Proctor there.
Now, as far as your personal truck versus you have a work vehicle as well?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that the truck is 4-wheel drive. What is the difference between your personal truck and its capabilities in weather versus the work vehicle?
Well, at the time, there was approximately 10, 15 inches of snow that had accumulated already. My work vehicle is a sedan, low to the ground, low clearance, front wheel drive. It would not be able to navigate the road conditions at the time. My 4-wheel drive vehicle is higher clearance from the roadway and was able to navigate the conditions at the time.
And sir, when you arrived, so at approximately 8:22 in the morning or so, where is it that you were at that point in time, if you know?
At 8:22, I would say I was still blowing the snow out of my driveway, clearing the path for my truck to leave the driveway.
And when you arrive at the Canton Police Station, you mentioned that you met Trooper Proctor there. Do you recall who arrived first?
Trooper Proctor was in the parking lot in his vehicle, and I pulled in, backed in next to his, and we walked in together into the police department, I believe.
And when you walked into the Canton Police Station on that morning, sometime after 9 a.m., where is it that you went? Who, if anyone, did you talk to when you first got there?
We walked into the police department, were guided to the detective department division of the PD, and we met with the detectives from Canton and Sergeant Good, who was the uniform patrol sergeant and having been the first responder to the scene as well.
Now, without reference to anything that was communicated between the two of you, at some point prior to getting to the Canton Police Station, did you have conversations with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I did.
And did Trooper Proctor make you aware of conversations that he had with other people prior to getting to the Canton Police Station?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. That's a yes or no.
Yes.
And so you get to the Canton Police Station, you and Trooper Proctor then proceed to talk to Sergeant Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, without any reference to what was said to you by Sergeant Good, he relayed some information to you as well?
That's correct.
No, I'll allow that.
That's correct.
And if you know about how long was the period of the conversation that you had with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station?
The conversation with Sergeant Good was probably 25 to 30 minutes. He walked us through his...
Next question, please, Mr. Riley. I'm going to stop you from answering that, Sergeant.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Sergeant Mechanic, in reference to, at some point, did you learn the name of the body or the person that was found on the lawn on Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
Who did you learn him to be?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And in reference to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was at that point, what, if any, information did you receive about that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We learned that Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And in reference to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, who, if anyone else, were you told had been taken to that facility as well in relation to your response that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The defendant.
And just to be clear, at some points over the course of your investigation, have you had interactions with Karen Reed?
Yes, I have.
And to be clear, when we say, as far as Karen Reed, the defendant, you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between her legal defense team wearing the white blouse.
Your Honor, that's the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
So upon having that conversation with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
From the Canton Police Department, we proceeded to the McCabe residence.
And that was over on Country Lane, is that correct?
That's correct, number 12, Country Lane.
And when you arrived there, as far as transportation to that, is it you and Trooper Proctor in the same vehicle?
Yes, I made the decision to drive us. That way we only take one vehicle. In addition to Trooper Proctor being able to make phone calls and facilitate other logistics as necessary, allowed him that freedom to do so while I operated the vehicle in the dangerous snow conditions.
And the snow conditions that you were talking about as far as clearing out your driveway, the drive to the Canton Police Station, did those conditions persist throughout the day of the 29th?
Yes, they did.
And so you make your way over to the McCabe residence, again, without anything that was said. Who, if anyone, did you speak with at the McCabe residence that morning?
We first spoke with Miss Jennifer McCabe. We then spoke with Mr. Matt McCabe. And then we spoke with Mr. Brian Albert.
And with reference to each of those conversations, were they done collectively or separately, or how were those interviews conducted?
Each interview was conducted separately. We first interviewed Miss Jennifer McCabe with request of Mr. McCabe to give us privacy. He proceeded upstairs. Once we were done with that interview, Mr. McCabe came downstairs, and Miss McCabe gave us the same courtesy. And once that interview was over, Mr. Brian Albert had arrived, and we interviewed him briefly.
Is that sort of the typical process of how at least your unit conducts interviews with respect to civilians?
Yes, with cooperating civilians, we typically advise them they were going to be, we schedule an interview. We proceed to their location of convenience and separate them and get their version of recollection of events that we are inquiring about.
Now, after you spoke with those three individuals, yourself and Trooper Proctor at the McCabe residence, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
We proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And where within the Good Samaritan Hospital did you go?
We went to the emergency department.
And within the emergency department, were you led to a specific room?
Yes, we were.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you were in that room?
Once in the room, we observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the medical bed or gurney, and his clothing, which had been cut off of him, were on the floor at the foot of the bed, a couple of feet away at the foot of the bed.
Now, first, with regard to the clothing, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
After viewing Mr. O'Keefe's body, we proceeded to identify the clothing items and bag them into evidence bags, notating which item and a brief description about each item of clothing.
So let me ask you just a little bit about that as far as that process is concerned. So when an item of evidence is collected by you or by your units during the course of an investigation, is there sort of a policy or a protocol, or how are things, what do you do with things when you collect them and take them into custody and evidence?
If we deem an item to be of evidentiary value, we identify the item, we take a brief description of it, and we label the evidence bag with that description. We notate who's taking the item into custody, typically who located the item, the time that it's located, and the location from which it was seized or taken or collected.
And with regard to items of clothing, is that something that would be placed in just one big bag of clothes, or like how would those be packaged in evidence bag?
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, which was already in one big pile on the floor, we packaged all.
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Sidebar, get your sidebar. Sidebar number 8 today.
We're doing well on the sidebars.
Sidebar 8 took a while to show up. But we've got our sidebars today. How many sidebars do you think again?
I think 12. I think 12.
12 sidebars.
Although my confidence in that number is waning slightly since we haven't hit lunch break yet. So
we're already up to 8. Just now I'm hungry again. What do I want to have for lunch?
Sidebar, fresh hot sidebar.
Fresh hot sidebar for lunch, maybe.
Smothered with grilled onions, sauteed mushrooms, and Boatsville's special mustard sauce.
Boatsville's special mustard sauce.
Special mustard sauce.
That's right, guys and gals. You can have your Polkville's special mustard sauce. It's not quite mustard gas, but it is the sauce.
Might give you gas if you eat too much of it.
Might even kill you. But we don't know.
We want to kill Jim. We need a viral video. Kill Jim. Kill Jim. Die Jim. Die Jim.
The sidebar's not going to discuss killing Jim. The sidebar is to be a bar aside, to keep it out of public view.
Bar aside.
Because we know that the sidebar is barring the side.
Spot on the side.
Well, Gia, you missed a bunch of sidebars. And Shuggy hates the dentist, and the dentist hates him.
I was just gonna say, I've heard from his dentist. His dentist doesn't much like him either.
Because he won't let him have a sidebar while sitting in the chair.
When you come into the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, there's clothing items that are on the floor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall how those clothing items were in relation to each other, in relation to the floor?
They were positioned on the floor in a pile stacked on top of each other, and they were in the condition of being soaking wet.
And with respect to those clothing items, do you recall what those clothing items were individually?
Yes, sir.
And what were
they? They were a plaid pair of boxer underwear. It was a orange colored design print t-shirt. It was a blue pair of Lucky brand jeans, a belt, two-tone gray, light, thin hooded sweatshirt, and a right sneaker, black in color with white design and a Nike brand.
And how many sneakers were there contained within that property?
One right sneaker.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the condition beyond them being soaking wet?
I also recognized, due to the aroma and visual observations, traces of vomit on the clothing.
And with regard to those items that you observed on the floor, what, if anything, did you and or Trooper Proctor do with reference to those clothing items?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Once we went through the clothing, we collected each item and put it into a large evidence bag. We double bagged it due to the wetness of the clothing, so it would not seep through. We also identified the fact that there was only one sneaker. So I requested that Trooper Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe from 34 Fairview to the hospital and have them once again check their ambulance to see if there was another sneaker inadvertently left behind in the ambulance vehicle.
Now, prior to sort of physically touching this or any other piece of evidence, what, if any, other sort of precautions do you take prior to handling, tactile handling any piece of evidence?
Anytime we handle evidence, which obviously we take great caution not to destroy, alter, or discard any evidence, we also put on gloves in order to help preserve that item.
And in reference to these items or items of anything of evidentiary value that you seize as evidence, once you take it and secure it into an evidence bag, what happens to it from there?
Once it's secure in the evidence bag, it is sealed and logged into our evidence storage facility at the office. And then as necessary, it is signed out, shipped off for processing, review, or court proceedings.
And as far as that sealing is concerned, how are bags or boxes of items of evidentiary value, how are they sealed?
Once the bag is...
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once the bag is sealed, we utilize tape, typically red or yellow tape. Once it's secured, we initial and date the tape on the edge. And that procedure helps identify the time and date it was sealed and by who with the initials.
And then once that bag or box is sealed, if that bag or box is subsequently opened at a later time, what, if any, notation or what if any recordation of that is made?
Anytime a piece of evidence is signed out for review, it's logged in the tracking system. In addition, anytime a piece of evidence is open, with a container being a bag or a box is open and the tape is cut, it is then resealed, reinitialed, and dated by the trooper or an individual who's signing that evidence out and then returning it.
As far as the evidence bag or box is concerned, when it's been opened, is that something that is noticeable based on the sealing and resealing of that particular receptacle?
Yes, sir. It is definitely noticeable, and it's noted in the systems.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned or made some mention earlier in the testimony in regard to evidence storage facilities at your office.
Yes.
Can you describe what those are and who, if anyone, has access to those evidence storage areas?
Within our office, we have 2 troopers that are designated as evidence officers. Those individuals have access to the secure rooms designated strictly for evidence storage. Those rooms are inventoried and kept under not just lock and key, but also digital access control and alarm systems. They are the only ones that have access to those facilities, in addition to our unit commander. But I'll tell you that our unit commander does not access that room without the evidence officers. I myself, even as a supervisor, do not have access to that room.
You don't have access to that evidence room, is that correct?
That's correct.
Trooper Proctor, is he one of those evidence officers? Does he have access to that room?
He does not.
As far as at the time in January of 2022, who were the troopers within your office who did have access to that?
In January 2022, that would be Trooper Jeff Kakowski and Trooper David DeChico.
And that would be in addition to Lieutenant Tully, is that correct?
Detective Lieutenant Tully, I believe, has access to it, but I cannot speak to that. I just believe that he does as a unit commander to facilitate any next assignment.
Now, with reference to any items that you were physically present for that were taken into custody or taken into evidence, including that clothing from the hospital on January 29th and any other items throughout the course of this investigation, when they were taped and sealed, what were each of those, what happened with each of those items once they were taken back to your office?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Each item that was sealed, it was processed in, it was logged in, and then it was stored after processing. It was stored in the evidence room.
Now, returning back to the Good Samaritan Hospital, within that hospital room, you made mention that you secured items and that you made observations of Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe for the jury, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body, what were those observations that you made?
Mr. O'Keefe's body was laying on his back. The observations I made were of bruising to the eyelids of his face. Based on my experience and having cases with head trauma, I can tell you that during subdural hematoma,
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. You can build a foundation if you can, Mr. Lally.
Over the course of your work with this unit in particular, if you know about how many homicide or let me step into it this way. As far as your work within this unit, as far as it's concerned, what, if any, jurisdiction does the State Police Detective Unit of the District Attorney's Office have with reference to not only homicide, but death investigations within Norfolk County?
by statute, Chapter 38, Section 4, each county, the District Attorney's Office is provided jurisdiction over all death investigations. As a result, the law enforcement entities that are assigned to that Norfolk or that district attorney perform the investigations. In Norfolk County, those individuals are members of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to the State Police Detective Unit within our office.
And so as far as death investigations, what exactly or what type of investigations would that encompass?
Death investigations that we have jurisdiction over are all unattended deaths. Unattended death means that a physician, a doctor, is not overseeing the individual that passes. Those deaths would be suicides, homicides, overdose type deaths, natural deaths, accidental deaths, and so forth. Any type of death that is not overseen by a doctor at a medical facility or in a hospice type situation.
So as a result of your assignment to this unit and that sort of exclusivity of jurisdiction over unattended deaths within Norfolk County, if you know approximately how many death investigations have you been a part of over the course of your work with the State Police Detective?
Over the last 9 years, I would venture to say it's over 500 death investigations that I was a part of.
And Sergeant, over the course of your involvement within those investigations, if you know how many of those investigations involved some indication or some type of head trauma?
Scores of investigations that involve some sort of head trauma.
And through the course of your investigations, in those cases that have involved scores of head trauma, have you been privy to information as far as medical findings, autopsy reports, things of that nature in relation to those prior investigations?
Yes, sir, I have been.
Now, with regard to your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, with regard to his eyelids, what if any observations did you make, and what if any? Well, let me start just with physical observations. What if any physical observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's face and body in general?
His face, I observed the swelling and the discoloration being produced through the blood pooling in the eyelids.
Yep, so just your observation, so the swelling and discoloration.
Move to strike. That last part.
I'll strike the remainder of what you've said.
I also observed a cut to his nostril and an eyelid, which was very small in size which would have been produced by a
Objection.
Yeah, so we'll leave it at that. Next question, Mr. Lally?
Based on your training experience, what if any conclusions or what if any opinions that you have in regards to the swelling around the eyes?
Objection.
Yeah, I'll see you at sidebar here.
Sidebar, another sidebar. We all love the sidebars. It's sidebar number 9. So Shuggy loses today. Shuggy's already lost.
Sidebar 9, sidebar 9,
Nine,
sidebar 9,
sidebar 9. If we could become naked. Ah! The Yoko Ono scream to get us up and at 'em today. We're about 10 minutes away from their planned lunch recess.
Bunch of sidebars.
Yes.
So Sergeant Mechanic, with reference to your prior death investigations, have you had occasion to make observations of bodies that there was a later determination of some sort of subdural hemorrhage?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Have you made those observations? Have you been part of those investigations?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And what you observed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that consistent or inconsistent with what you had observed on those prior investigations?
Objection.
That I'll allow.
It was consistent.
Now, in addition to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's face, what, if any, injuries did you observe to his extremities?
His extremities produced abrasions to his upper forearm and lower bicep area on his right arm.
And just as you use that term, I'm not asking for any sort of medical definition, but as far as you use that term abrasions, what do you understand that term?
I understand that term to be a injury sustained through blunt force trauma or friction to the epidermis of the skin, where a crushing of the vascular system occurs and produces that type of sign on the skin.
And from your observation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, which arm was this again?
It was his right arm.
And as far as your observation of those injuries to his right arm, what, if any, as far as the consistency of those injuries, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to those?
Objection.
Consistency with what? With the...
Let me rephrase this.
Yeah.
How were the abrasions that you're describing positioned in relation to each other?
Each abrasion appeared to me to be linear and concentrated in a specific location on the arm. It didn't go any further north of a point and did not go any further south of a point. So it was concentrated in the elbow, a few inches below the elbow, a few inches above the elbow on the right arm.
Now, while you were at the Good Samaritan Hospital, did you endeavor to speak with Ms. Reed?
We did attempt to, yes.
And was she present at the hospital at that time?
No, she was not.
And at some point subsequent to that, did you receive, or what, if any, information did you receive as to her whereabouts?
We were made aware that she was located at 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton at her parents' home.
And where did you go from the Good Samaritan Hospital once you left from there?
We proceeded to that location.
Now, sir, with reference to the items of clothing that you recovered from the Good Samaritan of Mr. O'Keefe's, do you have those items of clothing with you here today in court?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to retrieve those items and display those items.
Okay, are they in the courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, yes.
May I approach?
Yes. How many items are we talking about? Okay. Jurors, if we go a little past one, my intention would be to still just take a half-hour lunch today and come back. So I'd rather just go through this if we could.
Sergeant,
Yes.
presenting you with this item, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The sweatshirt from the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe was located.
And, Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce and admit that as the next exhibit.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sort of need to see what's in the bag before I can object, but on
So,
principle, no.
okay. All right, so you've received photos of all of this, right?
I assume what's in the bag is what's been photographed, but until I see it, I won't know.
All right, so let's go ahead and open it.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
No objection.
Mr. Lally, why don't you come take the bag? Yes.
Put it back in the bag.
It's in evidence, and we'll put that back in the bag.
437.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I mean, you another item, sir. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Says it's a one orange T-shirt.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item and display it for the jury as well.
Yes.
No objection.
Okay.
Was it 438?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Another item, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the right sneaker recovered from the hospital room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item from the
Yes.
bag. Display it for the jury. May we approach, please, sir?
Okay.
Sidebar number 10. Sidebar number 10 today. 10 sidebars in the house. What do you think about that, panel? Everyone's asleep. So sidebar number
No, I'm thinking 12's going to be a little low today. 12's going to be a little low.
12's gonna be low. What's a God bless it, Jack? Ow, 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 ow. Cat attack. The cat is trying to take my headphones. Gia, Shuggy is a wanker. Gia is asking, what's a wanker? Shuggy is a wanker.
Yes.
That's right. Jackson, you cannot take my headphones. Ow, and you cannot claw daddy. I know you're 20 pounds, but you're not an itty bitty baby anymore.
Tell him, I'm not your daddy. I'm not your daddy.
Sadly, he thinks I am his daddy. Jack's the reason why we took all the kittens in, because his mom decided to abandon them. She had moved them down under the porch and then brought them back up to her mother and then was going to take off. And Jack was the first one that she brought up, and he was lifeless and immobile until I went out there, picked him up, and he came alive in my pocket.
Oh, okay.
Phrasing, I know. Phrasing, I know.
Yeah.
Then I went down under the porch and found the 3 others that she had abandoned down there, which were Cecilia, Princess, and Molly. Excuse me. Jim's Python's Flying Pants. Or the Python's, yes, Python's Flying Pants. So Pants is Python is flying? Very strange. Very, very strange. Meanwhile, I've got so many Universal rewards lined up that from over the years, I have to pick out 59 movies to get from their library in order to redeem all my rewards before they expire, because they're discontinuing the program.
Continue, Sergeant.
You are unmuted.
And it looks like they're going to lunch. No, it looks like they're back holding a shoe.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, sir. If you could return that to the back, please. I'll introduce in a minute.
Yes, I'm going to.
No objection.
Thank you.
May I approach one at a time? My apologies.
No, I guess I should have said no objection with what we discussed.
I understand.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach you once again?
Yes.
Then you was from that set, you recognize that?
Yes, it's a bag containing a blue jeans, black belt, and plaid boxer shorts.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove just the jeans and the belt from the back?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can return that to the back, sir. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay,
No objection, Your Honor.
thank you. So are you not displaying the third item, but it's going into evidence? Or is it just the jeans and the belt going into evidence?
Jeans and the belt into evidence, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
So we can mark the bag and we'll remove the third item during a break. Thank you. All right, so Sergeant, you'll be with us this afternoon. Why don't we take our lunch and recess? It's only going to be about a half an hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
Half
so
an
folks,
hour,
we'll
folks.
see you back here, let's say no later than 1:40, okay?
Court, all right, Jerry.
So since they're going to break, we're also going to do some music. Come back here in about 5 minutes and then have
You
some
are
drunk
muted.
girl. The amazing drunk girl. And Karen Reed looks very, very happy that it's time for lunch and that this is working out so greatly for her. She's got an amazing smile on her face that did not break the camera this time. So yeah, it did not break the camera.
She got enough donos for her lunch. She doesn't have to worry about eating off the value menu today.
Hey there, Karen
That's
Reed trial
right.
watchers. This is a law and crime legal
See where I
alert.
put this in,
Google
though.
Incognito tracked users' browsing data without their knowledge. Yep. Well, Mass Tort Alliance, one of our legal.
Okay, folks, we're going to do another selection from the, as always, wonderful 15th Bend, since that's what I have queued up. And see you in about 4 minutes. And that was 15th Bend, folks. It's a very special independent artist who's given us a chance to promote his music on our channel. I previously put the links in chat. Please go over and give him a like and subscribe and tell him that we sent you. We've got a very special Drunk Girl Theater. It's only 16 minutes long, so that should be long enough to fill this gap. That's what she said. So, anyway, we will start with Drunk Girl Theater.
Depends on what she's saying that.
Last time I was with the cop, they tried to break into my phone.
Listen, I know a lot more about this than you do, okay? Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm Deputy of the Sheriff's Office. Come here and talk to me real quick. You understand why Deputy Mandalay stopped you?
Oh yeah, he said my headlight was out.
You're
I
not-
didn't know it was. I thought it was just my brights.
Just your brights?
Yes.
Okay, I gotcha.
And I haven't had time because I worked 91 hours last week.
Holy shit, that's a lot. Yeah. When was the last time you
At
smoked?
all.
Like 2 hours ago.
Like 2 hours ago? Okay, because your pupils are like massive.
Well, I just have anxiety.
You got anxiety? All right, take a deep breath for me. All right, cool. So I just want to make sure that you're safe to operate a motor vehicle, okay? All right, cool. So would you allow me to check your eyes and do a couple other things, stuff like that? All right, so first things first, I just want to look at your eyes real fast. Go ahead, place your feet together for me. All right, take your hands and place them down to your side. What colors are the tip of the pen?
Red.
All right, so follow the red tip. With your eyes only, don't move your head. You understand?
Follow the red tip.
Back and
All right, just close your eyes
forth,
for me real
back
quick.
and forth. Get hypnotized by it.
All right, you're good. All right, go ahead and open your eyes. See the red light? Again, it's going to go around your face twice in a circle, this time coming towards the bridge of your nose. Look at it the whole time for me, okay?
You want me to follow it?
Yep. I like right here. What'd you say?
I said I'm just nervous because I had a really bad encounter with the cop.
I got you. Well, I'm just trying to make sure you're safe to drive, like I said. All right, so during the exercise, it's 9 steps down the line, touching heel to toe, not stepping off the line, keeping your hands down at your side, looking down at your feet, counting your steps out loud. All right, do you have any questions? All right, whenever you're ready, you can begin the exercise.
Can I go backwards?
This is I explained, yes, ma'am.
Like I told her.
Just like-
Just like.
Just like I explained, I can't give you any direction during the exercise, okay?
One.
What?
What did she do? I missed it.
He did a spin.
Okay.
All right. Next thing I want you to do is I'm going to have you take either foot, right or left's the foot of your choice, whichever one you want, okay? I'm going to have you hold that foot approximately 6 inches off the ground, just like this. Keeping your hands down at your side and your head looking down the toe of your raised foot. I want you to count out loud. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, so on and so forth till I tell you to stop, okay? You have any questions?
So I just pick my foot up, whichever one I want, and count 1, 1,000 until you say stop. But if I drop it, I just pick it back up and keep going.
Yes, ma'am. You can begin the exercise.
1, 1,000.
Remember to look at your foot the whole time.
3, 1,000. 4, 1,000. 15. 17. 18.
You can stop there.
Oh my.
All right. So I do have a couple questions to ask you, okay?
Yes.
All right. Prior to asking any questions, I do have to read your Miranda rights. Does not mean you're under arrest, okay? It just means I want to talk to you about your night, what's going on.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, smoking some weed, things like that. The whole nine, okay? All right.
Sorry, my legs hurt and now I'm not.
No worries. All right. So listen to me real quick, okay? So, Calista, you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in the court of law. All right. Do you understand why I referred to you? All right, cool. Having your rights in mind, will you answer a couple questions for me?
Yes.
All right, cool. What time do you get to work today?
Probably like 3:50.
Okay. All right, what time do you get off?
Probably around like 8:30ish.
8:30? All right. What time do you think it is right now?
Like 10, almost around 10.
It's 10:30. All right. So if you got off at 8:30 and it's 10:30, what'd you do in between then?
During the rush, we went out, and that's whenever we had. And I went and back in, did all my closing stuff, and then we all hung outside. And now I left for work. I mean to come home from.
I'm confused. Okay. So you got what time? So you clocked out of work at 8:30?
I got done with all my stuff, so that's when we went out.
Like,
all the tables were done. We stopped taking them.
gotcha. Where'd you guys go out to?
There's like a little side patio.
Okay, cool. And so you were just hanging out there?
Yeah.
For the last 2 hours?
No, not that. We went and sat in the car after.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, now you're headed home?
Yes, sir.
So earlier you told me and Deputy Mandalay, so you smoked a little bit of weed. How much? When was that? When you smoked it, was after 8:30, in between the 10:30 area?
Like right at 8.
8-ish. Okay, cool. Was it like a blunt, bowl?
Just like a little joint.
Little joint. All right. Cool. So have you had anything to drink tonight? Any alcoholic beverages?
No, I have a sobriety thing that I take every couple hours.
Oh, okay. Like you have to blow into it. All right. Cool. So you understand that marijuana can be impairing as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm almost having my med card. I have the appointment for it.
Gotcha.
I don't like taking it.
I understand. When's the last time you had something to eat?
At work.
Huh?
At work.
What'd you eat?
Salad.
Okay.
And I ate before that.
Caesar salad. What time? We were
Probably
talking
around
about Caesar salads.
when I got there.
So like 3?
5 maybe.
Okay.
I got there 3.
Gotcha. All right. So honest question. Would you say you feel any of the effects of the marijuana you've used?
The effect? Like
Any of the
impaired?
effects? Yeah. Do you feel any of the effects of the marijuana you've used?
No, I usually just smoke it before I go to bed so I can be calm and my mind not race and go to sleep. But I'm just really nervous because last time I was with the cop, they tried to break into my phone and like cash my car and all this other stuff, and it was a really bad.
Did you get arrested previously?
No, my friends got into a fight on the beach and they called the cops. So the cops came and I was drinking at the time of that. And they arrested me for that. But after they did, they went and found my phone and keys and took a box from my car and threw my phone in it and shook it up with sand and cracked it. And there's like a voicemail of them doing all that.
That's shitty.
It just makes me.
Gotcha. Well, we're not going to do all that to you, okay? I do have one more question to ask you, okay? On a scale of 1 to 10, okay, 1 being stone cold sober, so you have not used any marijuana at all. 10 being like the most fucked up you've ever been, where would you put yourself on a scale?
Probably a 0 because I'd have to I have a higher tolerance. So since it was so long ago, I usually would when I go home to go to bed.
Gotcha. All right, well, listen, Cliff, do me a favor, okay? Go ahead and place your hands behind your back. Right now, you already been placed under arrest for DUI. I do think that your normal faculties are impaired, okay, on the marijuana. All right. Place your hands together for me real quick. Just place your hands for me. Can you hold that her jacket up for me? How? Because you showed signs of impairment on all the exercises, okay? All right.
Wow, though, I'm just having an anxiety attack. Like, you can feel my heart rate is racing.
Okay, that's not an anxiety attack.
Can you redo the test?
No, not this time. Okay, so here's the deal.
Not though. You can check the security cameras at my work.
You have not what?
Smoked in hours.
Understand that marijuana is a lasting impairment, okay?
It's really not though.
Yes, it is.
Redo it, like,
Listen, I know a lot more about this than you do, okay? Come on over here for me and have a seat for me real fast, all right?
This was for my headlights not being in.
Okay, well, that's the reason for the traffic stop. During the traffic stop,
Please, I've worked every day this week. I'm just tired and
Okay,
I am.
come over here and have a seat
having
for
an
me.
anxiety attack. Can you please call my
Delta
mom?
4176. How old are you?
Please, 19.
All right, come over
Please
here.
do not.
Come have a seat for me real fast.
Please.
Come have a seat for me real quick.
I'm literally. Please let me redo it. Please. I'm having an anxiety
Have a
attack.
seat
Feel
for
my
me.
heart rate.
Can you sit down?
Like, y'all can call a doctor. Like,
No, have a seat. Have a seat and we'll talk to you about it, okay?
please.
Sit down.
I literally work 91 hours. You know how hard that is on a child. Y'all have to literally feel that I'm shaking and nervous and cold and like I can redo the test.
Okay,
I'll come down
19 is not a fucking child.
medicine or something.
We'll work on that. Have a seat for me, okay? Watch your foot.
Don't leave. Close the door. I'll
I
stay here.
have to close the
It's
door.
gonna make my anxiety so much. Please.
Just hang tight for me. I
Can
have to
you
close the door.
just stay here with it open, please?
Just hang tight for me 1 second. I gotta close the door. We'll sit inside and talk to you, okay? I promise. Huh? No. Hey.
Hi.
So.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey.
So yeah, marijuana impairment doesn't last for just an hour. That's.
Huh.
I know
Are you
so.
back, Mr. Phil?
100%. So I'm a drug recognition expert.
I am.
I'm a certified expert in the court on impairment.
So you've missed. She blew all the tests, and marijuana doesn't stay in your system, according to her.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And she smoked over 2 hours ago, so she can't be high now.
And she's just a child because she's 19.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
She's a
Okay.
child.
Okay.
Okay. You're up to speed.
And she's failing the test because she worked 91 hours last week.
91 hours.
91 hours.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
She's tired and having an anxiety attack.
Yes, but her shift today was only 4 hours.
And it just ended she got off at 8, so two
and a half hours.
ago. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Marijuana impairment peak high lasts 2 to 4 hours with lasting effects up to 24 hours. No.
Like, my birthday this week, I'm tired. I just have anxiety. Like, can you please redo the test? I can show you.
No. All right. So, hey, we're going to ask that did you get arrested for a DUI or something? Then why, I thought you said you had to blow into a breathalyzer thing every couple hours.
No, me and my boyfriend got into a fight.
Where? It's in your car?
Because I'm a child and I'm juvenile. No, she
So
blows
listen,
a
when we get
bus
to the
boy
jail,
and
we're going to
picks
ask
it
you
up.
to submit you a urine sample. Is that something you'd be willing to do for us?
I can, but for what?
To determine the chemical or controlled substances in your body. It's part of what happens when you get arrested for DUI.
But where's the proof that I'm under the influence?
The roadside field sobriety exercises.
But you won't let me redo it. Like,
I already did. We've already done it.
I have a health concern.
What's your health concern?
My anxiety.
No, it's not a health concern. It's 75 degrees outside.
Well, I have shorts on. Like, there's nothing moving.
Yeah, I've got shorts on. It makes a difference.
Like, I'm 100% telling you.
He wears shorts.
Oh, no, it's
And
going to
they're
get
very shut.
I'm sorry, there's literally nothing we can do about that. We're not going anywhere yet. Just in case. Acting like I'm a bad driver or something. Jesus. You feel targeted? Okay. Please learn me how you feel targeted.
A targeted individual.
You did a DUI. Same shit.
They wouldn't, since it was on my insurance, they wouldn't expect taking it off of it because they're different from the ownership process.
How many DUIs have you got, girl? You've been arrested twice for DUI.
I blew a point here too.
Yeah, that's the breath test is irrelevant.
It only stayed on my, it's not on my record at all, it's only on my driving record, which is different.
No. I knew you would fucking familiar. You just got arrested. You just got arrested like 3 days ago, like a month ago. What'd you get arrested for a month ago?
Battery.
So are you out on bond right now? Huh? Are you sure? You didn't have to post bond to get out of jail for the battery charge? They ROR'd you? Interesting. Intriguing. Very intriguing. Yeah, I feel itchy. I feel very itchy. Stop itching. You're making me itchy. Hey, you know you got roaches in your car? That's disgusting, and it's freaking me out.
Oh.
I'm gonna punch you.
It's just you outside.
Right. Because it doesn't work like that.
Is the roaches in the girl's car?
Apparently, yeah.
Because when you're arrested for DUI, the car gets towed. That's why.
Not the good kind of roaches.
And she just laughed about it?
Right. So we're supposed to give you a free pass.
My heart has been racing.
Did you know that marijuana use elevates your blood pressure, your heart rate? Oh, that's right. The doctors.
It's been so long since I literally don't feel nothing. I just literally feel so scared that it makes my heart race.
Word. Oh, I had no idea. Hey, does your mom work at the airport? I remember the last time we got arrested. I was there.
Uh-oh.
Huh? The last time you got arrested for DUI. I remember. You okay?
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's just like annoying. Plus, it's like I don't want to smack your computer.
I'll live. What's up? I got a cooperative female. Where's the old John's guy is 83 years old.
That's so sad.
Blew 2 times legal limit. Almost 2.5 times legal
Damn,
limit.
it's getting rowdy though.
Getting lit.
Yeah.
Probably had enough of his wife after being married to her for 50 years.
And that was it, folks. That was Drunk Girl for today. Somehow Tom CPU is standing outside the courtroom, apparently streaming. He's in the courtroom today as a guest of the Karen Reed family. Let me find what screen I'm on. And we'll present to see if they are back, and they are not back yet. So what stands out to you about the trial today besides Turtle Boy being Turtle Boy?
The large number of sad baths before lunch.
That's right. We've had 10 so far, and we've got another probably 3 more hours to go.
Yeah.
Remember, there is no news broadcast tonight because my sinuses were killing me and I didn't do any news. News will catch up tonight and tomorrow. And I will probably be napping as soon as I get my mask back on so I can breathe again.
Yeah.
Yay. Yay.
Seems like a inordinate amount of time was spent on plastic pieces and where they fit together.
Yes, and all the defense could do was ask relatively stupid questions. So before it was in the lab's possession, you don't know.
You don't know where it was.
Does he not realize as soon as he gets to Trooper Proctor that he'll be able to testify that they have a. Oh, actually, the last officer already testified about the storage of evidence.
Now, see,
Yeah.
if it were me and I were the prosecutor, it would be worth Jackson jumping up and down out of his skin over an objection on the redirect of the witness where he asked them where it was before it was in their possession. I would have said, do you know if Mr. Jackson had that in his possession before you got it?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection. I didn't touch it. I've been
Right.
touching Miss Reed, not by anything else. Miss Reed has touched me with her stories. What?
And other things.
Yes. We're not a cute couple.
Alrighty.
We are a couple, though, but not a cute one. You know, I find it suspicious that I had, 51,000 points, and it's 1,000 points a movie, and they showed me exactly 51 movies I could choose from to redeem these points.
Uh-huh.
I'm just sitting here clicking movie redeem because Universal Rewards is going away, and these are all the points I've added up over the last 15 years or so, which I didn't even know I had till this morning. So I've picked up things like The Dead Don't Die, Death Race Beyond Anarchy, Unrated and Unhinged, Dad's
Ooh.
Army, Driven, Dragonheart Vengeance.
I mean, the original Death Race was bad enough movie. I can just imagine what the sequels were like.
Oh, we've got both sequels on this list as I get down here to Death Race 2050 by Roger Corman.
Now that one actually would be good because Corman makes a good cheesy movies.
Let's see, a movie called Piercing. I have no idea, but it's one of the 50 ones I can get. So if I want to use it all up, I'm gonna have to get that one too. The Bee Movie. I think that was Jerry Seinfeld, like 20
Yes,
years
it was.
ago.
Yeah.
Aliens Ate My Homework. Bigger, Fatter Liar. And two of the Tremors movies, which I didn't even know they were still doing. And no Kevin Bacon. I think he stopped doing it after like the third one.
Okay, that's two more than of the Tremor series than I've seen.
Huh. I think I've seen parts of the first one.
I saw the first one when it came out. It wasn't a complete waste of time to go watch.
Okay. But what about the rest of them?
The first one wasn't good enough for me to want to go see a sequel to it.
Well, they've had 7 or 8 now. Probably more.
Wow.
It's like the Home Alone movies that just didn't end. They switched kids. They came back to Kevin.
Well, they have one with Kevin as an adult.
Oh boy. Isn't that the Jigsaw movies?
No, it was a Home Alone. It was a very bad Home Alone.
It was always the theater or the theory that Kevin turned into the serial killer Jigsaw. And I've got 5,000 more points to spend. So we're getting something called the Ottoman Lie, which is some sort of, or it's the Ottoman Lieutenant, sorry, even though it says the Ottoman Lie in the description.
Because
with Josh Hartnett. Josh Hartnett's in it.
Okay.
Whoever that is.
Josh Hartnett. He was in a bunch of movies in the the early 2000s.
Yes.
And he was in what was that? Showtime's Penny Dreadful. Showtime series Penny Dreadful. Let's see. We got something called Ordinary World. Billy Joe Armstrong leads an all-star cast. And yes, Billy Joe Armstrong from what do you call
Green
it?
Day.
That one
Green
what
Day.
band was it? Green Day.
Green Day.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be worth it.
Yes.
Yeah, I should get that one. That'd be worth it.
His wife is Selma Blair. Brother Chris Messina. And old flame turned manager Judy Greer.
Okay.
Okay, I got that one. Now I got 4 more movies to find in this list. And then, see, you have to click them here, and then you have to manually go put them into Movies Anywhere.
Ah.
So they get you. And then a list comes up, and you have to click out of the list which one it matches.
Right.
Because, of course, I think I'm going to run out of movies. Crap, I'm going to run out of movies. Because now I have The Long Dumb Road, and that stars... No, I thought you were nice.
On Pornhub, that would be Long Dong Road.
Yeah, but don't you? Isn't Pornhub free? These are ones I have to redeem.
You're gonna have to get Pornhub Premium, I guess.
Like I said, I didn't even know there was a Pornhub Premium.
The one you should be asking about that is Merc, the sarcastic law student.
Why? Because he has Pornhub Premium?
Because he knows all things Pornhub.
Oh Lord.
Although I'm not sure if he's got his pants fire put out yet when he said he only watched Pornhub once.
Yep.
Uh-huh. And he still has that browser window open. That's why he's only watched it once. He's kept that browser window open for 10 years now. Okay, I've got 50 points
Kind of like
left.
that episode of Friends when when Joey and what's his name had free porn.
They never shut off the TV or something?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Should I get the Shrek pin? I've got 50 points left. Okay, audience, what should I get? The Shrek printable coloring sheets.
Ooh.
The Boss Baby Family Business printable activity sheets. The Secret Life of Pets 2 printable activity sheets. How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World printed activity sheets. Or Trolls World Tour printable activity sheets. Put it inside chat. I've got 50 points to spend. Well, let me know.
You can never go wrong with Shrek.
And then I can close out this account. And yes, Gia, honestly, that Movies Anywhere is shared with my niece and her entire family. So we've got kids to entertain.
Are you in the hospital again? I hear chair creaking.
No, that's just my chair. And why can you hear that? Supposedly the noise removal is on. Noise removal is on. Why do I need a therapist if I share Movies Anywhere with my family, Gia? Oh, my family, that'd be the question. But yeah. Chair creaking counts as talking. Well, they're not yet back. It's been a little over the half an hour they said they were going to take. So let me. And yes, I need a new chair.
You need a new drug, one that won't make you sick.
Ghostbusters. Na-na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na.
No, Huey Lewis in the News.
Which was a ripoff, or yeah, one was a ripoff of the other. It went to trial.
No,
Yeah, it went to trial.
don't sound anything alike.
Well, it was a trial over it. Let's see. Go. Well, where'd my keyboard go? There's my keyboard.
Cat stole it.
In 1984, Huey Lewis in the News sued Ray Parker Jr. and Columbia Pictures for copyright infringement, claiming that Parker's Ghostbusters theme song plagiarized the melody from their 1983 song I Want a New Drug. The case was settled out of court in 1985 for an undisclosed sum and a confidentiality agreement that prohibited Lewis from discussing the case. However, in 2001, Lewis discussed the lawsuit in a special, prompting Parker to sue Lewis for breaching the confidentiality agreement. Parker's lawsuit claimed that Lewis's comments were defamatory and disparaging and false, and caused Parker emotional distress.
Oh.
Parker sought unspecified damages, lawyers' fees, and other relief. So yes, I Want a New Drug was ripped off by Ghostbusters, allegedly.
Not by Ghostbusters, by the guy who wrote the theme for
Yes,
theme song for
the
Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters theme song. And I will be right back. It's almost time for more Robitussin. Yay, Robitussin.
Jug it, jug it, jug it. So what'd you have for lunch? Hank?
Still quite satisfied from breakfast now.
Oh, good. Gia, I think you're fibbing. You only watch half an hour of TV a day. Yes, this is high quality broadcasting. We're doing a great job of filling in time while we're waiting.
Actually, had somebody trying to say they don't watch TV anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yes, they just watch They only do streaming now.
Right. Because that's not the same thing.
It's this exact same damn thing.
What'd I miss?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not the toilet, or else you got something to clean up.
Oh, I didn't use the toilet. I just peed on the back porch.
Not even off the back porch. You peed on the back porch. You lazy lady.
Spot. Picked a spot and peed where the cat wasn't sitting.
Well, at least not after you started peeing.
They didn't run off. They're used to it.
Jim's cats are into golden showers. You heard it here, folks.
I never get them with the. No, I didn't.
Well, they are European cats.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, God.
no, Jim was peeing, not the cat.
That was the worst, Phil. That was the worst one ever. European cats. God. Don't pee in the pooper.
Don't pee and don't poop in the pisser.
I just want to go back to bed.
I think they're not German cats. They'd be making Shiza videos.
Yes, imagine what it'll be like in 2 more hours. Or 3 more hours, actually. 3 more hours of fun in the sun.
Yay! Fuck.
I can't even think straight enough to click the right plugin for.
Okay, maybe 2 bottles of Robitussin's this morning was a little bit much.
Yes, it may have been. Good Lord. And they're still not back yet?
Oh, I can't see the computer.
It's still at the lawn prime screen. It's still there, you bastards. Oh, Lord. I did start watching Godzilla -1 on, it's on Netflix right now. And that was actually pretty good.
What is Godzilla -1?
It's a standalone Godzilla story, number 1, and it's starts at the end of World War II. A kamikaze pilot has chickened out, essentially, returned to an air base on a remote island after pretending his plane didn't work. And as they're examining his plane, Godzilla attacks the island and kills everybody but him and another person. And again, he chickened out during the fight. And then
Which that's going against the Godzilla lore then, because Godzilla was supposed to have been created by the nuclear testing in the atolls, which was after World War II.
It's a standalone movie. So Godzilla was this creature in one of the remote islands that later was caught in the Bikini Atoll blast and then mutated. But they added like a few years before that to tell this guy's backstory.
Here we are.
And speaking of Godzilla, we're right back to coverage.
Oh, what a nasty thing to say about the judge.
Oh, I met Turtle Boy.
Thank you. Maybe seated quarterbacking session.
She was the only one on screen when you said, speaking of Godzilla.
Parsons, it is not an original. It's a standalone movie.
All right. All right, Mr. Lally.
Yeah, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
I think that was the quickest sidebar we've had so far. And
Yes,
whoever
so
had
what?
11, you're currently in the lead.
We've had sidebars that began before the coverage, so this is not the quickest.
Someone said she ate a baby during her lunch break. So I don't think she did this time. Was it a baby or a puppy?
She pooped out yesterday's baby.
Okay. John will keep Mother Peggy there. She's having a rough day.
Maybe it'll cheer her up if she turns around and flips off Turtle Boy.
Well, he was behind her earlier.
It would bring a smile to my face if she did.
Yes.
That's not her husband with her today.
No, I haven't seen her husband in a while now. He wasn't there on Monday either.
Yeah, the last time I seen him, he wasn't looking too. He was looking like he wasn't doing too
Well,
good.
he was on a chair at the end so he could get up and go out. For the past couple of appearances, he was like not sitting in the pew. They had a separate chair for him.
I'll be back later. I got some calls to make.
Have fun.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you can go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Buchanan, those items, as far as the clothing items that you displayed for the jury just prior to the recess, those were the same clothing items that you recovered from the hospital room of the Good Samaritan on January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that those items had been placed into one bag initially. What, if anything, happened with those items as far as their keeping or their bagging once you got back to the office or to your where the evidence room is?
Due to the condition of those items after they arrived at the office, the items were laid out on butcher's paper that we utilize for evidence viewing and allowed to dry naturally because they were soaking wet.
And as far as when they were done with that sort of drying process, how were they packaged from there?
They were packaged in the bags, sealed up, and stored for transport and processing.
And so those would be bags individual for each clothing item, is that correct?
Each item the way that it was packaged, the pants with the belt and the boxers, and then so on and so forth with the sweatshirt and sneakers.
And get to this a little bit more in a moment, but at some point there were pieces of plastic, red and clear plastic, that were recovered by you and other troopers from Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, were pieces of clear and red plastic that were recovered from 34 Fairview Road ever placed inside the same evidence bag as any piece of clothing that you recovered?
No, absolutely not.
Now, with reference to the hospital of Good Samaritan, in addition to yourself and Trooper Proctor, were there other members of the state police or other units of the state police that arrived at the hospital at some point?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Mello came to the hospital to document the victim and the clothing, and he's assigned to the State Police Crime Scene Services section.
Now, as far as the Crime Scene Services section, or CSSS, what, if any, role do they have with relation to your investigation in this case, or your investigations in general as far as documentation is concerned?
Crime Scene Services section assists us in documenting scenes through video and photographs. They also assist in collecting latent prints, fingerprints. They assist in collecting impressions, like foot impressions in mud or soil, and those types of missions.
Now, there are a number of different troopers that are assigned to that particular unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as over the course of this investigation, how many occasions approximately were there that a member of the Crime Scene Services section responded to memorialize or photograph different scenes or different areas throughout the course of your investigation in this case?
Just off the top of my head, there would be 4, 5, maybe 6 instances where a trooper or sergeant from Crime Scene Services responded to the scene to assist us in this investigation.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the investigation, when Crime Scene Services troopers responded to document anything, was it ever the same trooper more than once?
No, it was not.
And so with regard to January 29th, back at the Good Samaritan Hospital, there were Sergeant Mello arrived to document a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Lally, do you want me to give my instruction now or in a few minutes?
Just about 30 seconds.
Okay.
So Sergeant Mechanic just placed 3 photographs before you. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
That is Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what's contained within those photographs is that a fair knack of a trailer, what you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan Hospital on January 29th.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the midst.
All right. So there's no objection, right? All right. So folks, the Commonwealth is introducing into evidence through this witness certain photographs that are not pleasant and may be considered graphic photos. Sometimes evidence is presented that creates an emotional reaction in jurors. For example, it's natural and understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear about a person who was injured in some serious way or suffered in some way or who has passed away. But as jurors, you've taken an oath to follow the law, and I instruct you that you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the nature of some of the testimony, and you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. You can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice or pity for or against either side in this case. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and my instructions on the law. All right, with that, Mr. Lally, those photos will be in evidence.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may publish just briefly each of the 3 respective photographs.
Yes. Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2866. And Sergeant, directing your attention to the screen, is that what's displayed on there now has been marked as Exhibit 441. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And using the laser pointer on the desk before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe.
I observed the swelling of the eyelids, slight laceration of the nostril and the eyelid, the blood pooling on the bed, and that depiction of Mr. O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, can I have photograph 2857? Again, Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 442.
I do.
And similar to the prior exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to observe in this photo.
I observed the parallel lacerations, abrasions and markings on the skin of Mr. O'Keefe, limited between that point there and that point there, as I described earlier in my testimony.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2859. Again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 443?
I do.
And this is, what do you see in this photo?
It's the same abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, just further up on the bicep, tricep, shoulder area.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, Sergeant, taking you back to January 29th, 2022. After you left the Good Samaritan Hospital, where is it that you went?
I went to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And that was the residence of Ms. Reed's parents, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, on your way from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the residence in Dayton, what, if any, communication did either you or Trooper Proctor have with regard to the Dayton police?
I advised Trooper Proctor to contact Dayton Police Dispatch and advised them that we would be responding to the location, 345 Country Hill Drive, and seizing. And we were requesting uniformed patrols to assist us in that mission.
And why was that request made of the local PD?
We were going into their jurisdiction. There was a blizzard going on. We were considerate of the circumstance and wanted to be courteous to the Reed residents and not just show up without any uniform presence. We have never met the Reed family. They have never met us. And with the clothing that we were wearing, it would be difficult for them to see that we were law enforcement.
And so as you arrive in that area of the residence in Dayton, where did you position yourselves and when did you arrive in relation to the marked unit from Dayton?
We called them while we were still on the highway and gave them an approximate time of arrival. GPS was not accurate due to the conditions at the time on the roadways. Once we arrived to Dayton, I positioned my vehicle at the top of Country Hill Drive, awaiting a marked uniformed officer from Dayton to meet us there.
And if you know, about how long approximately did it take you to get from Brockton to Dayton on that particular day?
From Brockton to Dayton, it took us about 45 minutes to an hour to travel that distance.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived at the residence in Dayton?
We arrived approximately on the street at 2:30 or so in the afternoon, and we waited for a significant amount of time for the uniform patrol to arrive.
And when the uniform patrol arrived, at some point, did you learn the name of at least one of those officers that arrived at the residence with you?
At the time, I did, yes.
And was that an Officer Barrows?
Yes, it was.
And so when Officer Barrows arrived, where did you then proceed with Officer Barrows on his way?
Well, the road was only plowed the width of one vehicle. So even though he and his partner were in a F-150 or 250 marked police cruiser, we could only travel in single line. We traveled up to the cul-de-sac, turned around and positioned our vehicles facing back out to the way that we entered the roadway or that street. We parked on the roadway since the driveway was not plowed, and we waded through the snow to the front door of the residence.
When you say the driveway was not plowed or you waded through the snow, can you describe to the jury sort of the condition of the driveway as you made your way from the street to the house?
With the blowing winds and the drifting snow, there were locations along our walk to the property with snow varying from knee-high to up to my waist. For reference, I'm 6'1", so it was quite deep in some locations.
And as you made your way to the home, what, if anything, did you observe in the driveway?
As we walked up to the driveway in front of the garage, we observed a large Lexus black in color SUV bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684.
And subsequently, did you come to find out whose vehicle that was?
Yes, once we queried the plate, we learned that the vehicle was registered to the defendant.
And as you're going by this vehicle, what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle as you were walking past it toward the home?
I observed a damaged rear right taillight fixture on the vehicle. From my vantage point, I also told Trooper Proctor to approach the vehicle closer and confirm what I was seeing, which he did.
And as far as that damage to the right passenger taillight area, can you describe sort of what it was that you saw during that initial phase?
Absolutely. During the initial phase, I observed snow compacted and caked onto portions of the taillight casing. There were pieces missing, and I knew that because the left side taillight was intact.
And as you made your way past the vehicle to the home, at some point, are you greeted or do you meet someone in the area of the home?
Yes, once we walked up to the front door, I rang the doorbell and Mr. Reed opened the front door with the glass storm door, unable to open due to the level of snow on the ground and on the front steps.
And so where were you directed to enter the home from?
Mr. Reed directed us to the garage door, at which point it opened up and Trooper Proctor and I entered the garage. We were once again greeted by Mr. Reed and invited into the home.
And Officer Barrows, where did he remain when you and Trooper Proctor went in the home?
He remained outside with the vehicle. During our time in the home, Officer Barrows came in and asked what the plan was and offered to have DPW plow out the driveway because the tow truck was not able to maneuver into the driveway in order to retrieve that vehicle.
Now, as far as during any time that you were on scene or at this residence in Dayton, did you yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch that vehicle and at any point in any way while you were there?
No.
And did you observe Officer Barrows or any other personnel beyond the tow truck driver touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
And as far as the tow truck driver was concerned, did you observe that individual touch anywhere in the rear passenger side area of that vehicle at any time that you were there?
No.
When you proceed inside the home and when you get inside the home, where did you go and who, if anyone, did you speak to?
We were directed by Mr. Reed to the living room where the defendant was seated on the couch. She had her laptop on her lap and her phone resting on the right armrest of the couch.
Now, in addition to the defendant and her father, who, if anyone else, was present when you talked to Ms. Reed?
The defendant's mother, Mrs. Reed, was also present in the home.
And the defendant's mother and the defendant's father, were they present throughout the course of your interview or your discussion with Ms. Reed?
Yes, they were.
And at any point in time, did you ask them to leave or anything like that?
I did not, no.
Now, with respect to, can you describe sort of the demeanor or the tone of the conversation that you had with Ms. Reed that afternoon?
It was polite, courteous. She had just went through a traumatic event, so we were, considerate of her losing her boyfriend. And we had a normal tone conversation. We were in the information gathering, fact-finding portion of the investigation. We simply wanted to collect her recollection of events that she remembered.
And so throughout the course of this interview, how are you, are you standing, are you seated, or how are you positioned in relation to Ms. Reed, and how is she positioned in relation to you?
She was sitting on the couch. We were standing across the room. I don't recall if there was a coffee table, but if there was a coffee table, we would be standing on the opposite side of that coffee table if there was one present. I do not remember if there was one present, but that's the distance approximately from me to the defense table.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of how did that interview or how did that conversation begin? What was said?
First things first, we introduce ourselves, advise the individual we're speaking with, who we are, where we work, and what we're looking to find out. The defendant was advised that we're looking to get a recollection of the events, what happened, what she observed, what she remembers from the night before, and to walk us through the last 24 hours or so of activity.
And prior
do I need to give an instruction, Mr. Riley? I'm not sure exactly. Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for a minute?
Sidebar. If we reach 20, I give up. And yes, folks, we're in a sidebar in the Karen Reed murder trial case. We'll be going to probably 4:30 today Eastern Time. Then we'll be back tomorrow. Not sure if it's going to be a half day or what. Probably will be a full day of testimony. But then we're off Friday. Tonight's newscast has been canceled. We'll do a combined newscast tomorrow, as I need to get some sleep, as I feel like death. Also, tomorrow we'll be starting usual time, 8:55 a.m. And yeah, I can't think right now. So we're on the air, and Jim's useless as normal. Seems to be an extended sidebar.
All right, so I interrupted you, Sergeant, and I'm going to instruct you jurors, okay? We're about to hear testimony about statements allegedly made by the defendant, Karen Reed, allegedly concerning the crimes that are charged in this case. Before you may even consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or questioning by the police, and the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. I'll instruct you about this again at the end of the case, but for purposes of, as you hear the testimony, that's the lens that you have to sort of hear it through. All right, with that, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, when you began to speak to the defendant, prior to any sort of substantive conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with her about the conversation you were going to have?
I just asked her to recount any events and the history between the actions that were taking place.
And how did she initially respond to that?
She stated that she's willing to answer our questions. She just doesn't want to go into too much detail about what transpired. And given the circumstances that she had just lived through, I understood and gave her that courtesy.
And as far as that interview or that conversation went, can you describe that conversation or the contents of that conversation to the jury?
Absolutely. The conversation was normal tone of voice like I am speaking to you right now. Ms. Reed responded in the same tone of voice, answered questions. The content of the conversation began with her saying that, as I stated, she doesn't want to go into too much detail, but she was willing to answer our questions. We asked what she had for plans, what she had for as far as activity the night before, leading up to Mr. O'Keefe being discovered. She stated that she was in a relationship with Mr. O'Keefe that morning, meaning the 28th of January. She got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe over what the niece and nephew were being fed for breakfast, or what they had for breakfast. She went on to say that she met Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's approximately 9 p.m. the night of the 28th of January, 2022. She stated that the gentlemen were drinking, consuming beers, Bud Lights, and she was drinking vodka soda. Prior to moving on to the bar at Waterfall, the defendant was asked where she parked her vehicle. She told me that she parked her vehicle on Washington Street across the street from C.F. McCarthy's, facing northbound. So the vehicle was on the side of Waterfall Bar and Grill. We went on through the conversation, the interview, to the Waterfall restaurant, at which point she was asked if she left C.F. McCarthy's with a beverage or a container from that establishment, to which point she stated that she did not. She also confirmed that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries on him when she interacted with him at C.F. McCarthy's or the Waterfall. He did not get into any verbal or physical altercations with anyone to have sustained those injuries. She stated that once at the Waterfall, they stayed for approximately an hour, hanging out with acquaintances. And then they left the Waterfall. She drove them to, after they were invited to a residence, she drove them to a location in Canton, where she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off. She was asked if she saw Mr. O'Keefe walk into the home at 34 Fairview, and she stated she did not. She stated that she made a 3-point turn after dropping him off and left. She was asked whether or not Mr. O'Keefe, excuse me, let me back up. She was asked if she knew, how she found out about the damage to her vehicle, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know, it happened last night," end quote.
Now, at some point earlier in the interview, what, if any, indication did she give as to who Mr. O'Keefe was with when she arrived at C.F. McCarthy's, and sort of how long he had been with those respective people?
She indicated that Mr. O'Keefe was with Mr. Camarano, Kurt Roberts, at which point she was asked to provide contact information, meaning phone numbers for those individuals, at which time she picked up the phone on the right armrest of the couch, manipulated the device, entering a passcode, and provided that phone number to Trooper Proctor and I.
At any point in time in the conversation or interview you had with her, what, if anything, did the defendant say in regard to why she had not gone into the residence at Fairview Road herself?
The defendant stated that she was having stomach issues and did not want to enter the residence.
Now, what, if anything, did she tell you about the later on that morning of the 29th?
She stated that when she woke up, she began looking for Mr. O'Keefe. And when she found him in the snow, she began CPR on Mr. O'Keefe.
And what, if anything, did she say to you about any observations she made of Mr. O'Keefe later on that morning, as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
The defendant stated that while she was performing CPR, Mr. O'Keefe had sustained injuries and was bleeding from the nose and the mouth.
And if you recall, what, if anything, did she say about Mr. O'Keefe's eyes at that time?
The defendant stated that Mr. O'Keefe's eyes were swollen.
Is that both eyes? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the interview progressed, at some point, did you ask questions seeking further details?
Yes, I did.
And details about what specifically were you asking?
Once we got to the point in time where the defendant told me she did a 3-point turn, I asked her to walk through step by step of her operating the vehicle and exactly what she did. Prior to that, I asked her, so she was asked to give a step-by-step recollection of how she, what she did in manipulating the vehicle and leaving the scene.
And at that point, was the interview terminated?
Yes, it was.
Now, once the interview concluded or was terminated, what, if anything, did you do with reference to Ms. Reed's phone and the defendant's vehicle?
Once the interview was terminated, I advised Ms. Reed that her phone was going to be seized as evidence and her vehicle was going to be seized as evidence as well.
And did you subsequently seize both of those items, sir?
Yes, we did.
And similar to the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, as far as evidence was concerned, was that packaged and taped and transported back to the office in a similar fashion?
The vehicle was transported via tow truck that was dispatched by Dayton PD on our request.
And so when you get back outside of the residence after the conclusion of your interview with the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe going on with regard to the driveway and or any other vehicles that weren't there when you went into the house?
During our interview, I glanced out the window and I saw flashing amber lights and a tow truck plowing the driveway. So the driveway was plowed and the tow truck was, plow truck was plowing the driveway, not the tow truck. And the tow truck was loading the vehicle onto the flatbed.
And at any point in time when you were outside of the residence, what, if any, observations did you make as far as cameras or anything like that on the exterior of the home?
I did not see cameras on the exterior of the home at that point in time.
Subsequent to that date, did you become aware that there were exterior cameras that record on the exterior of the home in Dayton?
Subsequently, yes, we learned that there was video recording of the residence and the driveway.
Madam, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a disc. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
I recognize it to be Dayton videos as it relates to the location where the interview and the vehicle was seized from.
And what's contained on that, as far as the video is concerned, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the defendant's vehicle being loaded onto a tow truck?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Can I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to seek to introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
No objection.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those 2 short clips for the jury?
Yes.
Just come in if you could, click on it and then pause when it please. You could press on my
Still, you need to keep your voice up.
Yes. You want to pause right there, please? Now, the Sergeant Mechanic, from this particular point of the video, do you recognize the vehicle that was just pulled into the driveway?
Yes, I do.
Is that the same driveway that you had walked up from the street to the house in Dayton on that morning?
Yes, it is.
As far as the vehicle is concerned, what do you recognize that vehicle to be?
That would be the Lexus SUV owned by the defendant, Bear, Massachusetts registration 3GC684.
I'm going to take a press play from there. This woman, if you could pause right. Two individuals just exited that vehicle, is that correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Do you recognize who those individuals are as far as who they are, from what part of the vehicle they exited from?
Yes, the passenger side exit was the defendant, and then the driver's side vehicle was Mr. Reed.
That'd be the father, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Jones, if you could explain this again. Now, Sergeant, towards the end of that video, did you observe the defendant and her father in any specific area in relation to that vehicle?
Yes, I observed the defendant and her father at the rear right taillight, gesturing or signaling towards the affected, damaged, and missing parts of the taillight.
Objection.
I'll allow just the direction that they were signaling at.
Move to strike the remainder.
Okay?
As far as that vehicle's position within the driveway, is that essentially the position that you observed it in when you and Trooper Proctor and Officer Barrows were walking up the driveway to the home?
Yes, it was.
And Ms. Gilman, if I got a second of those two videos. If you could pause it there, please. Again, Sergeant Mechanic, if you could describe to the jury what you observed of significance within this particular video.
This video captures the vehicle being moved into position to be loaded up onto the flatbed for transport from the scene.
Gentlemen, if you could play for me.
I'm sorry.
I just asked her to pause right.
Yeah, you really have to keep your voice up.
Yes. Sergeant Mechanic, from this still image from this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in relation to the vehicle at this time that is being loaded onto the tow?
The rear tail light is illuminated. You could see a white light coming from that tail light.
If you could, using that laser pointer you have before you, just direct the jury's attention to the specific area you're talking about.
Right there.
Okay. Just go ahead, if you could play this through the. Let's go and you can take that down. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, as far as when you left the residence in Dayton, where is it that you went?
Can we turn the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, my apologies.
Once we left the residence in Dayton, we proceeded following the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
And was there anywhere else that either you or the tow truck went between Dayton and the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
And when you say we, it's yourself and Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, once you arrived at the Canton Police Department, where did the vehicle go?
The vehicle was unloaded and put into a heated sally port located at the Canton Police Department.
And in reference to the Canton Police Department and putting it in the sally port, why was it that it was taken to that location?
It's a location that serves as a storage for a vehicle that would suffice for the size of the vehicle. The location is, as it related to the crime that took place was investigated, was in that town. So we utilized their facility. It was also a heated facility to help melt the snow that had been accumulating on the vehicle.
And at some point, well, as far as some point subsequent to this, did you learn that there are exterior cameras in the Canton Police Department as well as cameras within the Sallyport garage area?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed each of those respective cameras prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I have.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you with this, just have to look at that, look up and finish. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The Canton Police Department driveway video.
And what's contained on that is that fair and accurate portrayal of yourself in the tow truck pulling into the Canton Police Department driveway on that afternoon or early evening of January 29th.
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minutes of that exhibit.
They have just a moment, Council.
Okay.
Mike.
Is somebody cooking?
Not me. And Phil's muted.
Kind of sound like a pot being.
I don't know. I think that was in court.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, we publish that video to your readers.
Okay.
And just for reference points, in regard to this view of this camera, Sergeant, you're familiar with the Canton Police Station?
Yes, I am.
And so where is this camera view in relation to the Canton Police Department and the Sallyport garage where the vehicle eventually goes?
This camera is capturing the driveway entrance to the Canton Police Department. As viewed from Washington Street, that driveway there is on the left side of the structure. The camera itself is pointing towards the entrance of the driveway to the Canton Police Department. As you can see, the brake light illuminated in the shot. That is a Canton Police cruiser sitting at the edge of the driveway right by Washington Street.
So for orientation purposes, as far as the tow truck and your vehicle, is that coming from the top of the screen to the bottom and the bottom to the top? It's
coming from the top left to the bottom right of the screen towards the rear of the building where the Sallyport is located.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could. Pause there, Ms. Gilman.
I love Turtle Boy spelling a
Still shot on this video.
spelling a
Sergeant,
That is the tow truck transporting the defendant's vehicle, arriving at Canton PD. My vehicle with Trooper Proctor inside, me operating, are following closely behind as we did the entire way from Dayton all the way to Canton.
Gilman, if you could play that to the end.
Well, at least I didn't pick the one where he had the officer's name as a sex act. He's been going on with that all day.
Thank you. Now, as far as the interior of the Sallyport garage,
Put the lights, thank you.
as far as the interior Sallyport of the garage, you mentioned that that is a heated area, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the heat within that, do you know how that is produced or how hot it gets in there as far as the time that you spent within there?
I do not know, but it was a standard garage heating system that blows hot air. As far as temperature, when the doors were open, that day it was freezing cold. It was, I believe, like 18 degrees with, winds blowing. So inside the garage inside the Sallyport with the doors open, it was quite cold. Once the doors shut, the temperature rose above freezing and the snow began to melt off of the vehicle.
And from the arrival of that vehicle into the Sallyport garage area, are you aware or have you reviewed video in reference to that?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you another disc, sir. Just ask you to review that one after we finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Does that contain the video that you were just testifying about as far as the arrival of the vehicle at the Ken Police Department Sallyport garage?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
How about proceed to introduce in the minutes of that exhibit?
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, Sergeant, before we get to that video, if I could just ask, if you know, approximately what time was it that you left Dighton following that tow truck back to the Canton Police Department?
We left Dighton approximately 4:15, 4:20, and we followed the vehicle back to Canton, arriving probably around 5:30 or so p.m.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that video for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant, direct your attention up to the video on the screen just for orientation purposes again. First of all, do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That is the Sallyport two-bay garage at Canton Police Department with the antique Canton Cruiser on the bottom of the screen and the open spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the four-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as, again, for orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed in the prior exhibit, is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
And this vehicle, the defendant's vehicle is sort of taken into the garage from the opposite side or from the left of the screen, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, please.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly? Okay, could you pause that, Ms. Gilman?
Sidebar. Lucky 13. We have 2 hours to go ish, and we're up to 13 sidebars for today. I've got 20 prepared.
I don't think this testimony is going the way the defense thought it would.
No, but of course, Turtle Boy thinks this is a total slam dunk victory. Everything is
Because
positive for the defense.
if he tells that lie enough, maybe somebody will believe him.
Take a short afternoon break on our long days at about a half an hour, but I think the better use of our time is to give you a 10-minute break now. And then we'll go straight through till 4 o'clock. But if anybody needs a break.
Okay, folks, you
All
know
rise
what
for the
that
court,
means.
A really quick drunk girl?
No, it means I'm going to do a video, then I'm going to use the bathroom. Lord. Let's see, there's 15th Bend. I have to see if he has new stuff lately. Let's see where that screen went.
But he said they're getting out at 4 o'clock, so that's an hour and 20
She said
minutes.
4:30. She said 4:30, so. And she's whispering like a schoolgirl and laughing to her friends. So apparently Turtle Boy had his camera pointed at the jury, and Grant and others reported him, and he denied recording the jury. Supposedly he had to laugh with the guards over it, or the security over it.
Your Honor, may the witness leave the stand just for a moment?
Sure. Yeah, we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes, Sergeant.
So they may be doing stuff here for the 10 minutes.
You are unmuted.
Okay, so you want us to watch this now?
If it pleases the court, yes.
Oh, gosh darn it.
Ha ha. Suck it, Jim.
Lord.
Go let her rip. If you're going to try and hold it, hopefully they mention the waterfall several dozen times.
Oh.
May I get just a little closer?
Sure. Can we turn out the lights, please, Dave? Thank you.
Now, just to get the timeline right, this time that those vehicles in the Sallyport, they've already found some of the glass at the crime scene, right?
Yeah, I believe so. And multiple witnesses have said there's even been a photo of it parked at a different place with the crack in the tail light. So it's already been documented. Supposedly Karen Reed and her father even talked about it, which was that was an objection that was sustained by the judge. But everyone's seen it, but supposedly in one of the defense's pre-trial statements, when they were trying to get the third-party defense, it's being cracked right here by the police. And it was intact, and the police cracked it here. Now, another version of that story was she may have struck something when they were looking for John. But it strikes me how many of the cops are looking at that back tail light like there's damage.
Well, they've already said there's damage.
Yeah. But I don't see why we're previewing this video before it goes to the jury.
Is that the end of it, Mr. Lally? Or
I'm surprised they didn't take
is that the end of it, Mr.
cell
Gilman?
phone pictures of the damaged taillight before the
All right.
got
Lights
moved
on,
to
please.
tow
Kenny.
it.
Thank you.
I think they presented some of those
All
already.
right. So I have a copy of the printed docket on 424. Paper number 347 was the Commonwealth's Notice of Discovery XL. I just asked Mr. McDermott to print it for me. Our printer up here doesn't work. All right, so that was before we impaneled. That was the day, I believe, of the long motion in limine trial. All right, so we'll take a 5-minute break, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, now we've got a break.
It's pee time for Jimbo.
Pee time, yeah. As we're avoiding their commercial. Okay, folks, you've got... which one is it? We're going to play this one. 4 minutes, 5 seconds. Oh, I
Oh,
was.
Jim.
Yeah, I know. I'm both roboting and I was muted at the same time. How do I sound now?
Alrighty then. What? Are you saying something, Jim?
Oh, good Lord. So we'll be back tomorrow morning, 8:55 a.m. There is no news tonight. We'll do a double episode tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Catch up on all the wonderful news going on, including Chile de Castro getting 1 day off of his sentence.
I've heard that somewhere before.
Oh, that he got a day off on his sentence? That's the second one or third one he's gotten off.
He got one
But now,
added. At one point,
yeah,
he got one added.
Yeah, he got one removed, then he had it added back, and now he's had another, at least one removed. So they're at a 5-minute break. It's taking a little longer than 5 minutes because that was a 4.5-minute song. We're having a fun time today. I am taking a nap after this, then sliders for dinner, and probably straight to bed after that because my throat is killing me, and at least I'm not coughing as much right now. We're at
Okay,
13. Yes.
Crusty old witch is seen in the future. She saw DMA in court tomorrow.
Ooh. I did not know DMA has court tomorrow. For what case, crusty old witch? Because his federal didn't have anything. Maybe
Hopefully
for
there'll be
that.
some forward progression in the federal case before long.
Well, the federal case, believe it or not, I updated it the other day. So far, they've had the defense. It finally started moving in April, where at the start of the month, he put his for the appeal of the federal criminal trial. They finally got his brief in.
Crusty old witch says it's for the appeal.
Weird.
Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Weird.
Is that Eastern and Central?
Oh, let me look. The appeal of the federal charges, crusty old witch.
If it's viewable, it might be something good to capture for our lunch break tomorrow.
Yeah, if we can get it.
I think part of the problem is DMA is just so unappealing.
Yeah. Liver. Let's take a look here, see if I can get that over on my. We had a Chad Goo update this morning. He got a new phone, so he'll finally be doing new stuff on his channel.
Besides laughing at Chili's arrest?
Yes, because he's been inactive the past couple of weeks because his phone's been dead. So it looks like he'll be doing some more stuff. We featured Chad Goo in the reaction videos area over on my Discord server. And you can see the link to my Discord server, I think, in the description of this. Plus, it's going by in the scroll there below.
It was in the description, so I'd imagine it still is.
Should be there. We had Jason
Yep, it is.
We had Jason Dollahide updates. First, his wife Heather has a bench warrant out for arrest because she did not show up for a court hearing. $10,000 bond for that once she is apprehended. Jason himself, his lawsuit seeking $250 million. He's got 11 days till the 11th, to respond to the prosecution's, the defense in it, their motion to dismiss the case completely. So he's got it's the 5th now. He's got 6 days to come up with an excuse or come up with a reply, which may be hard because he's still in jail. They haven't sent him over the state prison yet, so he's serving his time in the jail still. Looks like he'll be spending time in the jail and then being sent to the state pen. And he does have, like we previously had reported, he and Floyd Wallace will be in the same courtroom on the same date at the same time, as they both have jury trial hearings scheduled for the 14th
Maybe
of
we can
August,
do a
I believe.
have a Thunderdome match.
Yeah. Or we could, oh God, no, I don't want to go to Oklahoma. I was going to say we could raise money to send me to Oklahoma, but God, that's so rural. I'll probably end up getting arrested myself.
Well, we could call that episode Crime and Punishment.
Yeah, with Jim in jail. Yeah. I'd end up being Jason Delahide's cellmate, I'm sure. Oh God. Because Norman's way out there.
What part of Oklahoma is not way out there?
Oh, there's got to be somewhere in there. Oh, Fraud Troll is covering it supposedly tomorrow. So that means he's got his friend in the. They won't have a video feed of it. It'll be his friend in the courtroom, and it'll be the friend who supposedly. Well, something's going on in court because it just flashed on the screen. They've just never come back from break in Law and Crime.
Or they
There
forgot
we
to
go,
hit
Largent.
the button.
Largent, we're going to
Mostly-
start up again with the video. We're getting the closed captions, but we're not getting a video feed. So
Yeah,
our
I think Law and
apologies,
Crime
folks.
forgot to hit the. Yeah, Law and Crime
Yeah.
might have forgotten to hit the button to start the video again.
Yeah, it's. Oh, Lord. So they're in session, but yeah. Oh, Master Blaster. Who is the Master Blaster? 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. That was Mad Max 3, wasn't it? Or Mad Max
Beyond Thunderdome.
with Tina Turner.
Uh-huh.
Because apparently the new Mad Max Furiosa movie is a few years. It's in between that last Mad Max Fury Road and Mad Max.
The woman with the mechanical arm in Fury Road, her name was Furiosa.
Yeah, that it's her origin story, and it supposedly explains that Bartertown fell after that movie, so it's no longer a city.
Well, once they lost their power.
Yeah. We don't need another hero. There you go, Lisa. That should have butchered it right out of your brain.
Thank God your mic was fucking up.
No, that was my voice fucking up. Yeah. Yes, the Road Warrior was Mad Max 2. And the Road Warrior spawned, I'm just reading Parsons' comments. The Road Warrior spawned a ton of wrestling stars, including the Road Warriors, Barbarian, T-Joe Khan, all wearing face paint with mohawks. Also, Lord Humongous was Sid Vicious, his original name. Not the singer Sid Vicious, but the actual wrestler Sid Vicious. He was Lord Humongous. But Lord Humongous in the Memphis area was a rotating stable of whoever the
Hello?
big guy was in the area.
Hello?
Yes. Hello, Hank. Hank?
I was trying to answer my phone.
Oh. Did they hang
But
up
they
on
didn't
you?
want to talk.
Well.
Probably one of the scammers calling.
I just never answer my phone.
I'm expecting some phone calls, so I can't not answer them right now.
Well, of course, I had the sound off the other day when you were trying to call, and I was doing recordings for the paper. So I didn't see that you called. I would have answered you.
Yeah, a lot of days when I'm not expecting calls, I'll just let those scam calls, because that's 90% of my calls are scam calls. Which, when I'm bored, they're fun. They can be entertaining to cuss them out. I mean, you know you've won when you get them to cuss you out.
Right. We need a deposit right now. Okay, I'll go to the bathroom. You want to hear me flush? So yes, it's Law and Crime. They didn't come back from break, and I'm not switching over to Court TV right now. So we're just going to have to sit here in silence while all of the chat tries to kill me.
Well, not paused, is it?
No. Because that see closed caption maybe.
Yeah.
There we go.
Your Honor, for the record, I believe we're picking up where we're.
Let's see. The more crime scene tape.
I want to keep it paused there just for a moment. Sergeant Mechanic, from what you're observing
Oh,
in this
the
video,
crime,
what you've seen
the crime
or
scene,
what you recall from this.
crime scene tape
what is
broke
it
the
that
tail
you
light.
and Proctor and some of the
There
other
we
officers
go.
are doing now?
We're establishing a perimeter around the vehicle with yellow tape in order to prevent or alert and advise anyone in the area to stay away from the vehicle.
Come on, you get this place at the end, please.
I do like that they're using a dummy there as a post. It's right around his neck.
Yep.
That's police humor for you. Oh, the defense is going to be all over this because that guy just disappeared through the door.
You can take that down, Mr. Officer.
You
We can have
didn't see the door open.
Now, Sergeant Mechanic, you aware of a warrant that was executed on that vehicle on February 1st of 2022?
I am aware.
And you yourself were not present for that, is that correct?
I was not present for the execution, no, sir.
Trooper Proctor was, as far as you're aware, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the next time that you were within the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage with the vehicle was on February 2nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on that day, where did the vehicle go from the police station?
From the Canton Police Station, I escorted the vehicle to the Milton Barracks for safekeeping.
And why was it taken from the Canton Police Station on February 2nd to the Milton Police Barracks? Or what had occurred in the intervening part between January 29th and February 2nd?
The Canton Police Department had recused themselves from interviews and in that portion of the investigation. And now that the vehicle had been processed, we needed to free up the Canton Sallyport so they can utilize that facility for transporting prisoners to their facility and booking. So we stored the now processed vehicle back at the Milton Barracks in a unheated garage.
And Your Honor, if with the court's permission, if I could publish just a very brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 34.
Okay.
Which is the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage camera.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, what you have up there, I'm sorry, February 2nd, 2022, approximately 8:09 a.m. I'm just going to ask you to play that through till about 8:10:26. If you could pause there briefly. Sergeant, just for orientation purposes, again, this is another camera from within the same Sallyport garage, is that correct?
That's correct. That's the opposite view from what we just viewed in the previous video.
And as far as any of the people in this video, do you recognize any of the individuals in there?
I believe that's myself and then another officer. I don't know who that other officer is.
And just again, using the laser pointer, if you could, direct your attention to where you see yourself. And as far as the condition of the vehicle from January 29th, when you saw it on that day, to February 2nd, when you saw it on that day, as far as the exterior of the vehicle, what, if anything, was different, or what, if anything, did you note or observe?
I noted the taillight removed and the evidence collected.
As far as the snow and the cake on ice that you observed on that prior day, was that still present on February 2nd?
No, that had melted away.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could again, I'm sorry, just play through to 8:10:26.
Oh, we got 3 Facebook likes now.
Ooh, yeah, we got earlier both Linda's and I forget, or both Karen, sorry, and a Crystal. Why was I thinking Linda?
I don't know. That's a go-to for Omaha when he can't remember his date's name.
Yeah, he stopped doing that when he went to South America because none of them called themselves Linda. South America, he just didn't call them anything, or he used it. He called the one the stud.
And you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on.
Okay.
And that girl could have kicked his butt.
Now, Sergeant Buchanan, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's house at 1 Meadows Avenue in Canton, at some point did you become aware throughout the course of your investigation that there were exterior cameras affixed to that residence as well?
Yes, I did.
And those were Ring cameras, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to investigation, what, if any, steps were taken in order to secure any of that footage from the exterior of the house from the Ring?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
We applied for multiple search warrants.
Objection.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Oh no.
14
Sidebar.
sidebars.
14. You know, Phil's never going to believe this. Well, number one, he lost. And number two, I think everyone in side chat has lost.
I don't know.
No, Mrs. Tom, there is the trial tomorrow. It's not on Friday.
One more and I would have been right yesterday.
You mean Monday? We were off yesterday.
Whichever.
Yes. And look, Tom CPU in the purple behind the Mr. Burns and his wife. Right next to him's the Glarer. All figures from the Turtle Boy world. Welcome to everybody joining us. We are in hour 50 million of the Karen Reed murder trial. We've got
Yay!
Another hour and 15 minutes to go. And we're broadcasting live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
And so, sir, during the course...
Oh, holy
let me ask you
holy
this.
heck, we've got a
As far
ton of
as
people over on X.
This or any other investigation is concerned, how is it...
We've got 20 people on
members
X.
of your unit sort of work through an investigation and work on a case?
That's the highest we've ever had.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
As a case comes in, we address each case on individual basis based on the evidence that is presented through testimony and physical evidence that is recovered. That is what guides our investigations, and we then develop leads and process information collected. Sometimes information needs to be collected from third-party holders of data or service providers, at which point to access that data, we apply for search warrants, which are guided.
Okay, so leave it, move on from that.
Thank you.
So you apply for search warrants, we'll move on from that.
So, Sergeant, my question is more geared toward as far as individual personnel within your unit. How is an investigation conducted as far as one trooper does everything, or is it a collaborative effort, or how is that?
The reason I say we is because every investigation takes the entire unit typically to put an effort in to conduct interviews, analysis, and so forth. So it's a team effort each and every time. No investigation is a one-man show. That's why we call it a case officer, not a lead investigator, because the case officer organizes the individuals to assign different tasks and collect and organize the data that comes back from the third-party providers and from the interviews that are conducted.
As far as the interviews that are conducted through the course of this or any other investigation, is there ever an interview that's conducted just by one trooper or one person in any investigation that you've done with this unit?
It is, no. We conduct
Look at
interviews
the
with
number.
2 people, whether it's
Holy
a trooper
cow.
and a local detective, or 2 troopers assigned to our office, other state police agent unit within the agency.
Now, as far as the case officer, who was a case officer on this particular investigation?
The case officer in this investigation was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And Trooper Proctor works under your supervision, is that correct?
That's correct.
So as far as a search warrant for the Ring video from One Meadows Avenue, who specifically sat down, put pen to paper, and wrote the search?
Trooper Proctor was the affiant.
And as far as from that search warrant, are you aware of the materials that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I am aware of it.
And have you reviewed both the material as well as the videos that were provided by Ring in response to that search?
I did.
Now, with reference to those with reference to those videos, specifically, did you observe if you know, with respect to those videos, how were they sort of ordered sequentially, when in the manner in which they were provided as far as date, time, things of that nature?
Ask it differently. Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
So the videos that you received from Ring that you reviewed, correct?
Yes, I did.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. So he's reviewed videos from Ring. Next question.
What, if any, information did they contain as far as date or time?
The data provided back from Ring provided videos. There was no date and time on the labeling of the identifier, unique identifier for each video, but it was presented in a sequential order, knowing that the last video presented from the provider was the last video within the scope of our request, and the first one being the first in that timeline.
In the scope of your request, the scope of the request of the warrant, what time frame are we talking?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The first warrant we requested from January 24th at midnight through January 30th at midnight.
And with respect to those videos that were provided, you reviewed each of those, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain of those videos for the public this time.
So are these, why don't we come to sidebar?
Oh boy.
Sidebar 15.
Sidebar 15. Yes, sidebar 15. Have we ever gone this high? Because I've only made 20 of these.
Not to 15. We've come close. I think we've had, I know we've had 12, and I think we've had 13. I think the highest we may have gone is like 14, and that's when you decided to go up to 20.
Okay. Because we are up to 15, and Mr. Burns looks like he's angry.
Excellent.
Yes. Oh, good Lord.
You are unmuted.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been previously marked as Exhibit 6, first video 119. If you could pause there, Ms. Gilman. Now, with reference to this particular video, number 119 in Exhibit 6, Sergeant, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as the timing of this particular video?
Based on the appearance of the driveway, we know that this recording took place prior to the blizzard of January 29th.
And as far as anything that you observe in this video, as far as vehicles or people within those vehicles, what, if anything, did you observe within this video?
I observed Mr. O'Keefe's car parked in the same location as he typically parked it, and then
Objection.
I'll strike the as he typically does.
and then a black SUV parked perpendicularly to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, adjacent to the entryway to the garage.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play on that. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause. At some point in the course of your viewing of this video or the video surrounding it, you be able to identify the operator of the vehicle, the black SUV?
Yes, that is the defendant operating her black and color Lexus SUV bearing Massachusetts plate 3 GC 684.
And if this gentleman, if you could play.
She's awful close. But
Or
she
grass.
did not hit. She did. I
Apparently
think
the
they
grass,
were.
though.
Yeah, but I think they were going to claim that she backed into the other car, which she clearly did not. And that's how she broke the taillight.
Now, Sergeant
Kinda
Mechanic,
hard
you're
to do
also
with no
aware from
damage
your
to the other
review
car.
of the ring videos from White Meadows Ave, another video depicting the defendant leaving the house sometime shortly after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
Yes, I am.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also from Exhibit 6 ask for, video 153. If you can just pause there for a moment. Now, Sergeant, with reference to this video and the one just previously from 119, where is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle parked in relation to this video vis-a-vis the other video?
The vehicle's parked in the back corner of the driveway along the fence in the same location as it's parked in the previous video.
And at some point, do you see the defendant's vehicle back out of the garage in the same directionality that it did in the prior video 119?
Yes, you do.
Is that Ms. Gilman, if you could address it?
Ooh. Very close.
Pause there for a second. Now, as far as the operator of that vehicle, are you able to observe who that operator is within that vehicle?
I observed the vehicle being operated. I cannot identify who the individual is, and then from that shot right there.
From at any point in the shot of the video that you observed, are we able to recognize the operator?
Not from that shot, no.
Now, with respect to the timing of this video, what time in the morning is this video?
The timing of this video is approximately 5:07 a.m. when the defendant left the home through the garage via her vehicle.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play through that. Now, from this particular pause portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance do you observe within the still shot of this portion of the video 153?
The portion of this video in the still shot presented identifies a missing, damaged rear right taillight, exposing the white light coming from the right side of that taillight.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to what you're talking about as far as that area of the defense. Now, earlier in that video, did you observe the defendant's vehicle coming close to or coming into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, at least from this video, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
No damage.
And as far as the ground area around where Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is parked, specifically the rear of that vehicle, what, if any, red pieces or anything do you observe on the ground around Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Nothing was observed.
It's coming if you could press And Ms. Gilman, from Exhibit 6, if I could have video number 165. You can pause there, please. And Sergeant, have you reviewed this video as well?
Yes, I have.
And when time-wise, in relation to January 29th, approximately is this video?
It's approximately like 12:30 in the afternoon.
And as far as the vehicles in the foreground area from this particular camera shot, you know whose vehicles those are?
Yes. The vehicle in the top left corner is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Vehicle in the middle left is the defendant's vehicle. And I do not know who the other two vehicles are.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Pause there just for a moment, Mr. And Sergeant, from the two individuals exiting from that vehicle, do you recognize who those individuals are?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to whom you recognize and identify who that person is.
That there is the defendant, and that there is Mr. Reed.
Again, Mr. the defendant's father, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Well, let's see how they explain this one. And yes, she deleted about 100 videos off that Ring doorbell, allegedly.
Yeah. Well, doesn't delete it off the mainframe.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could pull up video 166 from the same Exhibit 6. Ms. Gilman, if you can pause there just for a moment. Sergeant, do you recognize the person that just exited from that vehicle and behind the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that to be?
As a defendant's brother.
And then Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If I could have from the same Exhibit 6, video 171. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Sergeant, from your review of those videos, at various points you observed the defendant's brother cleaning off the defendant's car, correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, did you observe the defendant's brother cleaning off the area of the right rear passenger side's taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not.
Now, Sergeant, turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, yourself and Trooper Connor Keith, is that someone you're familiar with?
I am.
And he works within your unit as well?
Yes, he does.
And at some point, did you and Trooper Keith on that day go to the CF McCarthy's establishment?
Yes, we did.
And what was the purpose of your visit to CF McCarthy's on that day?
The purpose of our visit was to retrieve surveillance video during the target time in question that we knew the victim and the defendant had visited that establishment. Also, any transaction receipts that we could collect from that location.
And were you able to retrieve both video as well as transaction receipts from that establishment?
We were.
And I'm sorry, my apologies. Before I get into that, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Sergeant, I'm showing you a series of 14 photographs or still shots. If you could just look at those and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these to be still photographs of the ring video that we just watched.
And that would be video 153, the one with the defendant backing out sometime after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish just a couple of these photographs?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph number 30. And Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen now as Exhibit 456?
I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just move towards the rear of the vehicle. Have a moment, Charlie.
Yes.
And Sergeant, what's up on the screen now? If you could direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the area of the rear passenger side tail light that you were describing damage.
Dewberry, yes, we've been reporting Heather Dollahide all day.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer?
Yep, we reported that, Dewberry.
So Sergeant Mechanic, if I could take you again, I'm sorry, back on February 1st to CF McCarthy's. You secured video and receipts from that establishment on that day?
That's correct.
And as far as the video and receipts, were you then able to subsequently review those at some point?
Yes, I was.
Now, first, starting with respect to the video, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you two photographs of still shots. Just ask you to look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of the CF McCarthy's surveillance video that we collected from that establishment from the dining room camera angle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce in a bit. As the next.
No objection.
Thank you.
161.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask those to be published to the jury at this point.
Okay.
And Sergeant Mechanic, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed this still shot from the CF department.
We observe the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, here. Appears to be communicating with the defendant here. Mr. Camarano is over here as well. Mr. Sullivan is down here as well. Mr. O'Keefe is wearing the gray light two-tone sweatshirt that I held up earlier, as well as the jeans.
And the next still shot is going to be. And similar to this, similar to the previous one, excuse me, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this still shot here?
Yes, it's, again, the victim on the other side of the defendant, still dressed in the same outfit, and the defendant standing in front of him.
And as far as the bar area adjacent to the defendant, what, if anything, of significance do you know there?
The bar area is located near the taps, the draft beer taps at C.F. McCarthy's. So if you were to look at the bar from the street, that is the left side of the bar orientation on the way to the restrooms.
And I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. As far as the sort of shelf of the bar immediately adjacent to the defendant's left arm, what, if anything, do you observe that?
Here, I observe a cylindrical vase-style cocktail glass on the bar, as well as other beer bottles.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. With reference to the C.F. McCarthy's video, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain portions of that. It's already been marked as Exhibit 50.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, from the first video. If I could ask you to pull it up to about 7 minutes and 50 seconds. And Ms. Gilman, if you could pause just for a moment, I'm just going to ask you to play from 7:50 to about 8 minutes and 20 seconds in, but I may ask you to pause it. If you could pause there. Sergeant, as far as just, again, for orientation purposes, with reference to the entrance or exit, point of ingress, egress, to the bar, do you observe that somewhere within this video?
Yes, at the top of the screen is the front door to C.F. McCarthy's bar. And as we just viewed the two gentlemen walking in, they walked in through the front door, heading to the taps area, draft beer location of the bar.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct your attention to that front door area that you're talking about.
The front door area is located right here.
And with respect to those two individuals that came in, do you recognize those two individuals?
Yes, that is the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, dressed in the same outfit as before, and Mr. Camerano.
If you could play that to about 8:20. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, same exhibit 50, from the third video now. If I could ask you to go to about 6 minutes and 10 seconds in. And I'm going to ask you to play that till about 6 minutes and 43 seconds. If I could ask you to pause just there. As far as the individuals around Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano, do you observe or recognize anybody else in the bar area around them at this time?
Mr. O'Keefe is sitting next to Mr. Camerano. I believe Mr. Kurt Roberts is there as well, next to Mr. Camerano.
Now, from this time, we're at about 8:51 p.m. or so within the video, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the timestamp on this video, what, if any, information were you provided when you retrieved this video on February 1st in relation to that time and its accuracy to for what time was?
During video surveillance extraction, we verify the time and date on the system, and that is to show us how far behind in the past or in the future. Sometimes devices are time-stamped that's the future. It hasn't happened yet in real time, but the video is stamped so. So what we do is, prior to extracting video, we identify the difference in time between real time and video time. In this case, C.F. McCarthy's video was 12 minutes behind real time.
And Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this to about 6 minutes and 40 minutes.
All this scene does is make me want to go to a bar.
As far as anyone else within the area of the bar, in the area of the come around, Mr. Roberts, who, anyone else you recognize in that area at this
I recognize the defendant walking in and interacting with the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, within that same video 3, I would ask you to go to about 13 minutes and 15 seconds.
Hey, what's your heart?
Hey, Witch.
I'm going to ask you to play from here to about 14 minutes and 45 seconds. Pause there. Now, from your review of this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this part of the video?
This part of the video, I observed the defendant reaching over and retrieving a cylindrical tall cocktail glass from the bartender.
And again, given the understanding that the video is about 12 minutes off as far as the timestamp, the defendant entered about 8:51 p.m. and is receiving this drink about 8:58 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could just come and play that to now, Ms. Gilman, if you could go up to about 32 minutes even into the same video. Now I'm going to ask you to play that for the next 30 seconds or so, to about 32 minutes and 30 seconds. And Sergeant, during that about 30 seconds or so, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive at that point?
A cylindrical cocktail glass.
And so that would be the second drink, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's at approximately 9:15, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could go forward to about 37 minutes into the same video. If you could play that for about the next minute or so, for about 38 minutes. Now, Sergeant, again, from that about 1 minute portion from that video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant receive and do with any items?
She received the shot glass beverage and poured it into the tall cylindrical cocktail glass, and then Mr. John O'Keefe stirred it for her.
And so that would now be the third drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's about 9:20 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to the fourth video, video number 4. And ask you to go about 50 seconds into into this video. And I'm going to ask you to play this, Ms. Gilman, from 50 seconds to about 1:30. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Sergeant, from this particular video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe the defendant receiving during this time frame?
She receives another shot glass beverage and then places that liquid into her tall cocktail glass and stacks the second shot glass into the first shot glass into the first tall cylindrical cocktail glass she had previously received and consumed.
So this would now be the fourth drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And per the video, that's about 9:33 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Gilman, within this same video, if I could ask you to go to about 26 minutes and 30 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there for just a moment. I'm going to ask you to play this until about 27:40. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. During that period, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive during that time frame?
She received a tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
And in addition to that, what, if anything else, did she receive from the bartender during that time?
A shot glass size beverage.
And what, if anything, did she do with the shot glass in regard to the larger cylindrical glass?
It was placed inside the tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
So that would be drinks 5 and 6, is that correct?
That's correct.
And per the timestamp on the bar video, this is now about 9:57 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to video number 5. And if I could ask you to go to about 3 minutes in. And ask you to play that till about 3:30. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if I could ask you to go to about 10 minutes and 30 seconds in. And I would ask you to play that for about a minute to about 11:30 or so. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So Sergeant, sort of rounder shots during this portion of the video, is that correct?
That's
Yeah, sustained. You can ask it differently.
What, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant and or the group that she was with do in this portion of the video?
in this portion of the video, the two gentlemen to the right of the defendant consume a shot-size beverage.
And as far as the shot glass that the defendant received, what, if anything, do you observe her to do with that?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Or strike that. Just what did you observe, not what she had.
What did you observe the defendant to do during that portion?
Prior to the shots being taken, a shot glass was poured into the cylindrical tall glass.
And again, so that would be drink number 7 at that point?
That would be drink number 6.
And I'm sorry, so the previous portion was...
I was only like a half hour into being at the bar.
Shot glass that was 5 and 6. Is that correct?
Objection.
I think that was the testimony, but ask it differently.
As far as that drink during that portion, is that drink number 6 or drink number 7?
Objection.
Yeah, in that form, I'll sustain it.
At this point in time in the video, after watching what you watched, how many drinks has the defendant consumed at this point?
At this point, she's consumed or is in possession of
Objection.
I'll allow it.
6 drinks.
And this is at approximately 10:29 p.m., is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to about 20 minutes and 30 seconds in. Actually, play for the next 20 seconds. So during that portion of the video, what, if anything, do you observe as to the drink the defendant has and how full it is at that point?
She has a cylindrical tall cocktail glass in her hand.
And can you observe, or did you observe how full that glass was?
Drink number 6 is empty, or near the bottom, almost empty.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to go to about 22 minutes and 40, I'm sorry, 22:40 or so within for the time frame. I'm sorry. Now, from this portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, do you observe the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe doing in reference to C.F. McCarthy?
Once the defendant got drink number 7, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe walk out of C.F. McCarthy's, the defendant holding the beverage, tall cylindrical glass in her hand.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. I'm sorry. I'm showing you a 5-page document. Ask you to review that, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize it to be a series of transaction receipts from the tabs at C.F. McCarthy's.
And are these the transaction receipts or tabs that you received, you and Trooper Keefe received from C.F. McCarthy's on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, they are.
And with reference to those receipts or tabs, to whom, if anyone of significance, do you, do those tabs pertain to?
The first one for 5280 was opened under the bar tab, Karen A. Reed.
And is there also a receipt from John O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. The transaction through the credit card, being a MasterCard for 5280, was paid by Mr. John J. O'Keefe.
And with reference to the items listed within that particular receipt, what, if any, items of significance do you observe listed on the receipts?
Under Karen A. Reed's receipt, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Coors Light, $5.
Sustained.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'll mark the thing to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
We probably should approach
Okay.
briefly.
Sidebar, new record sidebar. Number 16 for the day. If we hit 20, Phil owes us all brisket.
Maybe.
But she could, Subar says, but she could outdrink Shuggy and Allen Eyes. That's the real question.
Shuggy, maybe. I'm not so sure about Allen.
Okay. You're saying Shuggy's a lightweight?
Of the two, who do you think drinks more?
Seeing that he works at a bar, it might be Shuggy.
Well, that could be.
You never know.
I trust Shuggy's professionalism.
Since when?
I don't know.
You are unmuted.
You are unmuted.
So Sergeant Mechanic, on those receipts from C.F. McCarthy's under both Ms. Reed's receipt and Mr. O'Keefe's receipt, there was Tito's vodka listed on the receipt, correct?
Correct.
Now, also on February 1st, what, if any, other establishments did you go to in the town of Canton?
Myself and Trooper Keefe went up across the street to the Waterfall Bar and Grill and retrieved transaction receipts and video from there as well.
As far as the video is concerned from that establishment, have you reviewed that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to the receipts from that establishment, you reviewed those as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you 4 photographs or still shots. You can review those and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill on the night of January 29th after midnight. And Mr. O'Keefe is depicted in the still shot.
And those are both interior as well as exterior camera shots of Mr. O'Keefe's sort of exit from the waterfall. Is that correct?
That's correct. Interior, him leaving at 12:11 a.m., which the timestamp on the surveillance video at the waterfall was accurate to real time. He is holding a beverage shorter cocktail glass in his right hand as he exits the establishment. He's seen on the exterior camera walking towards Washington Street.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce in a minute.
No objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask that this be published for the jury.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could just have the first one. My apologies. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first one, interior. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as Exhibit 464?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the still shots presented to me and entered into the exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill at 12:11 a.m. on the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, holding a cocktail glass.
And if I could have the second still from this set. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
And if you could, using the laser pointer before you just direct the jury's attention to where you observed Mr. O'Keefe and what, if anything, you observed Mr. O'Keefe holding as he was entering the waterfall.
Mr. O'Keefe is observed here. He's holding that shorter, fatter cocktail glass as he's walking out of the establishment.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the exterior, just the second one, please. And again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now marked as Exhibit 467?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this study.
This is Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the waterfall establishment, holding the cocktail glass in his right hand as he walks towards Washington Street.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights. Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 4, just actually look at that. And do you recognize what's contained in Exhibit 54?
I do recognize it, yes.
Are those the receipts that you received from the waterfall when you went there on February 1st?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, sir, with reference to the waterfall, in regard to the timestamp on that surveillance video, what, if anything, were you told as far as the accuracy of that timestamp when you retrieved that video?
That video was confirmed to be accurate in time, as in real time. No discrepancy.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish 3 quick clips from what's been marked as Exhibit 53.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask from channel 3, the second video down. If I could ask you to go from the timestamp on the top of the screen to 10:54 in 25 seconds. Keep it play from. I can ask you to pause right there. So, Sergeant, from that particular portion of the video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe occurred?
That portion of video depicts Mr. John O'Keefe walking in with the defendant gesturing to a group of people at the top of the screen, and then Mr. O'Keefe walking over and giving a hug to an individual that's part of the group.
So from the same channel 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the 4th video down. If I could ask you to go 11:39 in 40 seconds. Pause there, thank you. And in about 5 to 10 seconds or so, I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman if you could pause it, and I'm just going to ask Sergeant if you could direct your attention to sort of the top right corner of the screen. Okay, Ms. Gilman, pause there. From that portion of the video, you observed the defendant in that portion of the video?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing?
She retrieves a drink from the table and appears to consume it.
Now, as far as the drink and the tall cylindrical glass that you observed her walking out of C.F. McCarthy's with, what, if anything, do you observe from the glass that she's taking a sip of from this portion of the video of the waterfall?
It's a shorter, fatter style glass compared to the cylindrical tall style that she walked out of C.F. McCarthy's with.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Mr. Officer, if we could have the lights. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lally, why don't we end for the day? It's been a long day. Everybody ready to go home? Yeah, okay. All right, so Sergeant, we're gonna need you back tomorrow, and I'll ask you to just follow the jurors out when they leave.
Woohoo! It's over.
Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
He rolled her frickin' eyes. Looked right at the jury and rolled her eyes.
I will see counsel at sidebar about scheduling, please.
Sidebar.
Sidebar 17.
It counts.
Now serving 17. 17 at counter 2. Now serving 17. 17 at counter 2.
Oh, I wish we could read lips. She's saying stuff.
She's saying, "Stay away from me, you creepy person."
And I think she just leaned out a fart, too.
Turtle Boy hasn't looked up from his phone. He's still tweeting himself. Probably has it pointed at his pants. So much rage, so much pain. We still have to get yeah, we have to get a decision on tomorrow if it's a full or if it's a half day.
Last week she said it was going to be a full day.
Oh, I see my bestie Sue Bear's in the chat. I missed that earlier. Sorry. Hey,
Yeah,
Sue
she's
Bear.
been there for a couple hours.
Okay.
You missed her.
I've been, doing things, actual things.
Your sock account has been in and active without you, hasn't it?
Maybe.
Okay. Oh, Turtle Boy has left for the day.
Aw.
He's retreated back to his shell.
And what was he wearing? He was wearing this.
Inside out, though.
Yeah, it's Special Prosecutor Ken Mello, who is prosecuting him for the witness harassment charges, wearing a clown nose. They made him turn it inside out.
Yep.
Because that's classy, baby. Classy.
Nothing says award-winning journalist like that.
Let's click on things. So we're at sidebar 17.
Yep.
17.
Depending on how long this sidebar, they're only going to let out a couple minutes early.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4:26 now.
Yeah. At least the jury got to go home 10 minutes early. Probably where Turtle Boy went was try and intercept the jury on their way to their cars.
Well, I was saying earlier that the jury is bright and attentive whenever Yannetti speaks. They're hanging on his every word. But Lally's so terrible. They don't even pay attention when Lally's talking.
Yeah, they don't pay attention because, he just tell us more info about her being guilty.
Well, it sounds like he's smoking the hopium. Just saying.
It's called
And
sacrament, Jim. It's called sacrament.
Sacrament.
No, you didn't see that court case. You should have seen that court case.
And Aiden Kearney. I don't care if Karen Reed drank an entire bottle of Hennessy and washed it down with a keg of beer. It doesn't explain why Jennifer McCabe Googled how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. or why the plow driver insisted there was no body on Brian Albert's lawn at 2:30 a.m. Turtle Boy, 4:03 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay. And McCabe explained why she Googled that.
Yeah, because it was
and
at
it,
6:30.
and it was not at the.
Yeah.
Wasn't at that time. Yes, I know.
And yes, he left because he's on the Howie Carr show at 4:33. So he had to get his little turtle body to his little turtle car to go live on the Howie Carr show.
Okay.
As we wait for the judge, waiting for the judge, waiting for the judge. So who won inside the sidebar contest?
I did not.
And I never participate because I'm horrible.
Because
I was
you're
thinking because it was going to be expert witness again, it would be a repeat of Monday, and nope.
And I bet you this witness is our entire tomorrow.
you don't participate, Jim, because you believe in the philosophy. If you're going to go to a party, you might as well be a party pooper.
Well, I do have to check out the bathroom. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, great way not to be invited back to another party.
That is true. That
What?
and double dipping in the dip with your fingers after you've been a party pooper.
I've never double dipped.
He just chugs out of the bowl.
Yeah, chugs Robitussin live on
Oh, he had one
YouTube.
thimble full.
You had 2 bottles today.
No, not yet. There's always tonight trying to sleep. Timo says, don't Debbie Downer this.
Okay.
As the final members of the press are walking out, everyone else is waiting for the sidebar to end.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. Sidebar's ending, folks. Sidebar's ending.
You know what this is going to end up doing, don't you?
Pushing us over 4:30 because it's 4:30 now.
Well, that too. It's going to
I think
mean
the
that
O'Keefe family
tomorrow.
needs to. The O'Keefe family needs to show up with T-shirts on saying she did it.
Or Turtle Boy did it. You know, this means I'm gonna grill too many sidebars tomorrow and have to give them out for free.
Ooh, free
At the end of the day,
sidebar.
free sidebar.
Free sidebars with the special sauce, but the special sauce is gonna cost you.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
All right, it's done.
Well done today, Sergeant Fanley. Well done, sir.
He's had a big day.
I tip my hand to you, sir.
So today we've learned that sidebars can go past 17. And we've also learned
that Jim really needs to quit doing that.
Apparently, Jim hasn't learned he's not funny yet.
Or that will make him go blind.
Hey, it was you who mentioned Pornhub Premium, and now Rose is angry at me.
That was Hank. How about Iron Skillet Hub?
I already have 10 in my brain, and we haven't even been in person already.
Rose should start an OnlyFans page.
Is this outro long enough?
No, I can make it 5 minutes longer.
Yeah, Jim could be a dick like that.
What? Are we going to talk over each other now?
No, we never talk over each other. We are
no,
professionals.
never.
We never ever do that.
There's never a closing thing with anything on the screen.
Nope, no. Never, never.
Kind of
No.
That'd be
Oh, you
like
know what we forgot? Jason Gutterman.
That is
Who's Jason Gutterman?
Jason Gutterman.
Oh,
Who's
in the
that?
end, it was Jason Gutterman's fault. And we're going, good night,